All righty, everyone. Good afternoon. Sunday. And we are tracking some storms across the Great Plains. I'm meteorologist Timmy Albertson. This is meteorologist Chris. That way. There we go. I got the pointing thing right.
Yeah, Chris Schromick in Kansas, Atwood, Kansas.
Alrighty. Well, you're not too far away from where the activity is. I happen to be a little bit further away, way up here in far northwestern Wisconsin, but maybe on Tuesday. But that being said, we got something that we don't normally. I think this might be the first time we've done a live stream for a severe thunderstorm watch. I think what was it last 2 weeks ago when we were out tracking those storms, we had some tornado watches, and one of them was a PDS tornado watch, which stands for a particularly dangerous system or situation. Excuse me. Well, we actually kind of have one of those today, only it's not a tornado watch. In fact, it's one that you kind of don't see very often. It's a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, which again is I'm trying to think of how to introduce this thing without. I guess I'm just going to introduce it as it's a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, particularly dangerous situation. So we're not necessarily expecting a tornado outbreak today. More or less what we're expecting is potentially a line of storms to develop that could be producing some very strong winds, upwards of about 80 to 90 miles an hour. So typically you don't, when we talk about, the different, there's tornado watches and severe thunderstorm watches. Typically, the severe thunderstorm watch tends to be the one that's really just kind of for some hail and some straight line winds. But it's not very often that you get a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Those tend to be really for situations where we could be expecting to see some very strong winds. And that's exactly what we're going to be expecting to see here with some of these storms that fire up here in a little bit. But before we get to that, of course, as I mentioned, we're not really expecting a tornado outbreak today, but we still do actually have one lone supercell way out in the way out here. Way out here in northern Kansas, kind of by itself here. It does actually have an observed tornado with it. This is that storm right there. Again, not the most photogenic one, at least on the radar imagery, but it is enough that it is producing, at least last report here was that there was a tornado on the ground here, and it looks like they still believe that that has actually now lifted. There was, like I said, a little tornado report that came out just a little bit ago, but the storm is certainly still rotating with it. So, Chris, you know what you and I have been talking a lot about?
Hail.
And guess what this thing's got?
4-inch hail.
4-inch hail, pretty much.
Tennis ball.
I got quite a few hail reports from it.
Yeah, it's this one is saying, the radar is indicating that it's tennis ball size. The Severe Storms Prediction Center with the dangerous situation has put the 4-inch wording in it again. And that's something we've been seeing this year is in these tornado and severe thunderstorm that we've had, almost all of them have had at least one report of 4-inch hail here on the plains. And that goes from Texas all the way here to northwest Kansas.
Yeah, and it seems like this year we have been seeing a ton of, I think almost every time we've done a live stream, you and I or anyone has done a live stream, there's been 4-inch hail, which is a little unusual.
Yeah, generally, you're talking 4 or 5-inch hail. That's your record. And that I know Colorado's record's like 5 1/4. I think ours is right around 5 here in the northwest Kansas corner. And as you go with elevation, to the west, it's generally where there is more hail. But we're used to large hail out here in the plains, but to see them every single time has been pretty rare. And just coming out on severe like this today, a severe thunderstorm warning with 4-inch hail.
Yeah, and in fact, that severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect that we were talking about, there's 2 watches that are in effect right now, one across the high plains and then the main one here across most of Kansas and a good part of the Oklahoma Panhandle and a few counties in Texas, because why not? This is a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, and just as you were saying, the likelihood of hail with this thing being over 2 inches is high. So, yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be. We've already seen some of that here today, too. So, there's your watch box. Again, this is the one, as mentioned, that is a particularly dangerous situation. Again, this is mainly going to be because of that wind there. Chris, when was the last time that you've seen a PDS severe thunderstorm watch? I'm trying to remember myself. I want to say
I don't remember ever seeing one, and they more recent years they started using those PDS watches, and we haven't had this severe weather season has been way more active than what we've seen out here in several years. So the recent years I do not recall seeing those. We may have had some years prior to 19 where there was some severe weather, I think, but the last 2 or 3 years I don't remember seeing any.
I'm trying to think myself. The last time that I've ever seen a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, I want to say might have been 2012 when that derecho happened across the upper Midwest that eventually went into DC. And that I think that was the last time I can recall seeing a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. I feel like I've seen at least one since then and before today, but I can't remember when it was. But that's at least the last time that I can remember seeing one. And it's kind of weird too, because when we talk about derechos, which is something that, for those watching may have already seen today, a derecho, I've always just liked to call it's a squall line on steroids. I mean, really, that's kind of what it is. It's just a very strong line of thunderstorms that tends to last for quite a while. And in doing so, it'll easily produce, winds over 70 miles an hour for quite a long stretch. And there is actually a criteria, I can't remember off the top of my head, but there is a criteria for the distance and length that you would need for it to technically be considered a derecho. But a derecho, it's Spanish, I think, for like straight wind or something like that. It's, they're kind of like, they're squall lines effectively on steroids, is the best way to explain it. And that has been kind of thrown around today. They might be expecting one of those to develop across Kansas. The only thing I'm wondering is if it would be long enough to really count as a full, as an actual derecho, rather than just a very potent squall line. Again, this is just meteorology, garble. But it's interesting though that typically when you're expecting a derecho, sometimes I've noticed this, and I think you might have mentioned this earlier before we went on. But typically they would put a tornado watch up for those because those lines tend to produce a lot of little weak tornadoes. In fact, sometimes almost little miniature tornado outbreaks, over the distance of a really strong, potent, derecho. The ironic thing is, though, is most of those tend to be tornadoes that sometimes have winds that are less than the actual straight line winds. So it makes surveying a little fun sometimes. Those are always very interesting ones. Just to watch the surveys as they try to go through after a derecho has gone through and trying to figure out what's tornado damage and what is straight line wind damage because it's everywhere. And that being said, so that is something that is expected today, which regardless though, I think kind of the big thing that we're expecting to see with some of these storms today is certainly going to be some strong winds. Now, we have this little lone supercell that's kind of by himself right now, which earlier did produce at least one little tornado. We don't know much about it. This storm, though, is still certainly rotating with it. You can see here on the velocity images. Again, we're looking at the same storm, just two different radar scans here, that kind of a split screen here. There is still a little bit of rotation with this storm here. And not only that, but as Chris and I have been mentioning, it's got quite a bit of hail with it, which seems to be kind of a trend that we've seen most of the summer. So it's a very haily one across I-70 right now as the storm tracks its way off towards the east. But what we also got to keep an eye on is this stuff down here near Garden City and Dodge City, Chris.
Yeah, if you look at the surface map on this area down here around Dodge City, Garden City, I'll put that up here real quick, is you've got this where you see this low is spinning and you kind of have this dry line coming out here going down from Scott City down through Liberal here into the Texas Panhandle. That's kind of the triple. And then you got the warm front that's up on I-70 where the severe thunderstorm is. That triple point area right in here where this 80 degrees, the 65 dew point, and that line of storms is developing right here. That is probably the area we're looking at to see that potential wind to start moving with these storms and coming across here later this afternoon and evening. So if you look at the moderate risk area, when we put that out yesterday and again today in the severe storms discussions, this area was the area right out here looking from Dodge City through Pratt down here, Great Bend area for that potential most severe weather. And again, the wording is, up to 90-mile-an-hour wind line developing there. So that's probably what we need to keep a watch on, is that activity in southwest Kansas to see what develops there and if something like that does set up here later this afternoon and evening.
Yeah, and I think, one of the things that we tend to see with, with these setups, when we get these storms to first fire up, they tend to have a little bit more of a tornado or a little bit more of a supercellular kind of probability as they're kind of by themselves for the most part. But then eventually they'll start morphing into a line, and it kind of drops a little bit to a degree some of that tornado probability. I mean, obviously you could still get them in straight lines. I think we talked about that before, but I've just been noticing, taking a look at some of those storms down across southwestern Kansas right now. Some of them got some hooks on them, and there's at least a little bit of rotation. But yeah, I think once, as we go through the next couple of hours, these guys will start running into each other, and that's where we could start seeing that line eventually kind of beginning to form. And that could be kind of an interesting time.
Yeah, that's kind of the expectation there. And then we also, have that activity out in Colorado. And if you look at we had storms last night that came into northwest Kansas out of Colorado around, it was like 10, 11 p.m. And then another round early this morning where we picked up some rain out here. And if you look at this Mesonet map that I've kind of just put up here, it is showing that activity. So this particular screen is showing that's what we got after midnight in that area. We're out here, in Highway 25 area here, and then we got up to 1.5 inches, an inch 60 there. Prior to midnight, we got a little bit of rain out here in the western part. So sun has just popped back out up here in this area, kind of to the south of this other watch and the stuff in Colorado. But we could see, another round of activity coming on the backside of this later this evening, and then stuff out ahead of here. But right now, this has been rain cooled. So that warm front sitting here along I-70 is kind of the setup with this low coming through. And then we've got the two watch areas to the north of that rain cooled air earlier this morning, and also here out in front of it where the main low in the dry line is.
Yeah, I was just looking at the radar as you were discussing that. It's interesting that there's that rain cooled air up to the north, which may be starting to kind of erode away maybe. But it's interesting that strong supercell happens to be kind of right at the periphery of that right now.
Exactly.
Which is kind of interesting. Again, folks, somewhat of some meteorological jargon here going on, as we kind of wait for these storms to really begin to fire up. But so Chris was talking about, a little bit of rain-cooled air here. Temperatures up around this area do vary a little bit, but they're mainly kind of in the upper 60s to lower 70s. And dew point values in the kind of lower 60s, a little bit higher back up here. But this strong storm, which, again, somewhat of a supercell thunderstorm right now, it's by itself, doesn't really have anything else going around with it right now. But it's just been kind of riding right at the edge of that, that kind of less favorable air mass, which is kind of interesting. Wow, it is 87 degrees in Salina right now. Whew. That is warm.
Yeah, we hit those mid 80s. We actually hit 90 degrees there on Friday. So we've temperatures have got really warm out here, and 90 this time of year is well above normal. Generally, we're in those lower to mid 70s. So we heated things up And then again, out of front of here, we're seeing that as well here this afternoon. So the situation's pretty ripe there in central Kansas.
Yes, indeed. You know, and it's interesting though. This is an area, Chris, as I'm sure you know, I'm probably preaching to the choir as I say this, but I mean, it's really interesting on a meteorological side note, the kind of temperature fluctuations that you can get, you know, in the springtime across parts of Kansas. I think Dodge City, like if you go into like mid-March, one of their days, the record high is like 95 and the record low is like -30 or something. I can't remember it, but it's like ridiculous. You can get some very interesting swings.
This Tuesday night into Wednesday, so we'll have this low go through, and each night there's lows that are coming out of Colorado. The Tuesday night into Wednesday morning one, there is discussion that we could potentially have some frost or freeze, especially out in Colorado. But when you come into the low areas, there's river, the Republican River, and then you have Smoky coming out of Colorado out here along the county or the Colorado-Kansas border. Those low areas are prone to potential, like you said, could go from 90 to 34, 35, and in the morning that cooling could get us a little bit of frost or freeze out here. So that could happen.
Well, that's the joys of living in a continental climate. A lot of people, who live up along the coasts don't tend to see that type of temperature extreme. I mean, it's funny because sometimes people like New England will think that going from 70 degrees on Monday to 20 degrees for an overnight low by Friday night is extreme. Continental climates, they take it to a whole new level. Even in the upper Midwest, it can get a bit funky at times. But yeah, no, places like Kansas, Nebraska, yeah, it's wild sometimes, which I still don't understand how you guys plan for your day when it comes to trying to dress, because it does get wild, especially like I said, this time of the year. And then again in the fall, you'll have some days that start off 30 degrees and next thing you know, it's 80 something by the afternoon. It's crazy. Do you want to go ahead? Sorry, go ahead.
Generally, you can count on the wind. It's either breezy, windy, or calm. There's no in-betweens.
It's actually funny. When I was working up in Fargo, that was the same way. Fargo what's the forecast? It's going to be windy. It's just going to be windy. There's nothing really else to talk about. It's just windy. We would have days where we're sitting under a high pressure and it's windy. I mean, and it was always just and it was weird too, because it was like it was just consistently breezy. And then when it wasn't breezy, everyone was like, this is weird. It was. Hey, I just wanted to point it out to you while we're still tracking this lone big storm all by itself up here near Russell, Kansas here. That tornado warning has actually been extended further to the east now. And again, they still have the rotation as radar indicated. It's going to be for Lincoln and northern Ellsworth County here. This is going to go until 5 o'clock Central Time, so about another 50 minutes or so. The interesting thing, though, about this storm is that it's radar indicated, but they're still expecting basically baseball-sized hail with this thing. And that's pretty much lines up with the reports that we've been seeing. I mean, even just looking at this thing on the radar, I mean, this is certainly a hail-producing thunderstorm. Not so much, in the wind aspect, but, and I probably sound like a broken record by now saying this, but when we tend to get these big hail-producing thunderstorms, they have rotation in them. I mean, you need rotation to get the hail to be that big. You also need a pretty good updraft, too. That's actually kind of the more important thing. But regardless of the fact, there's going to be rotation when you're dealing with storms this big. So it makes sense that we had a little tornado report earlier near Gorham with this thunderstorm. That rotation does appear to still be there on the radar about right here. Whether it's something on the ground or not at this time does not appear to be the case, but it's certainly rotating. And this is kind of a big size storm when you really look at it. It's kind of this really big blob.
And you were talking about that updraft, and that updraft kind of operates like a popcorn popper. With it coming up there, that hail has to have a strong updraft to keep up in the sky before it can fall. And that also, what the creates that rotation, that effect of that you know, I always call it like a popcorn popper. Before that big hail can hit the ground, it's got to overcome that updraft.
Yeah, and those updrafts not only keep the hail, but I mean they push those cloud tops pretty high, naturally. 51,000 feet echo top right now, at least over the Bunker Hill and Dorrance area.
Yep,
it's pretty high.
Yeah,
that's according to the radar.
Yeah, if you get 30, 40,000, that's pretty high on a severe storm. You get 50, that's high.
Now imagine being an aircraft, and you see this thing, and most commercial aircraft between 28,000 and 40,000 feet. I think that some of the bigger, the wide bodies tend to go at least about 35,000 feet. So imagine being 35,000 feet up and still looking up and seeing this thing. And you can't fly through these at all. I mean, they'll destroy the plane, literally, with the hail and the turbulence and the updraft and the hail. So it's actually very interesting sometimes. One of the things I like to do, of course, then again, I'm a nerd. I like to I track airplanes, especially during thunderstorms like this, and it's fun to watch them get routed around it. You just literally can't fly into yeah, that's something that some people don't often realize, but yeah, you can't fly into. I mean, you don't want to be anywhere near this thing. And I mean, if you go through that, keep in mind, folks, you're in an aluminum tube going about 500 miles an hour. I mean, a little piece of ice hits it, So now imagine it being a bunch of baseballs that you're running into at 500 miles an hour. Probably not going to end well.
Yeah. And if anybody's flown into DIA into Denver, them updrafts and the rerouting just is continual. Anytime there's these storms that come out, in Colorado, these storms about every 4 o'clock, 5 in the afternoon, coming just naturally off the mountains, they get hail in Denver. I mean, the tornadoes are kind of rare, but that hail is always given, and those big updrafts out there, on the plains of eastern Colorado, just constantly are rerouting those planes into DIA, and that's one of your busiest airports in the country.
Yeah, it's a huge hub, Denver. I think for American and United.
Yeah.
Yeah, more so I think maybe for United. I can't remember. One of the two.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. I mean, and O'Hare has that issue every now and then too. Well, the big thing too is microbursts, which they've gotten a lot better at detecting now. That, and I think they also just kind of ground everything right when the storm first comes in, just to be sure. But that used to be kind of a big thing back in the, that used to be a big thing, nowadays they have microburst detectors for whatever that's worth. But yeah, that was a big deal for aircraft for quite a while. Microbursts is basically rain-cooled air rushing down, hits the ground, and it spreads out. In doing that, it creates this little kind of curl in the wind. So you can imagine you're a plane trying to come into landing, and all of a sudden your plane's being pushed upwards. So instinctively, you try to push your plane down, and then you hit the downdraft part of it, and that was a big issue that they had. I know there was an accident that happened. I think was it Dallas or something that happened years and years ago.
In the late 90s, I think when it was Pleasant Hill, Missouri, forecast office, kind of came up with that. There was some in Lee Summit area there in southern Kansas City and Warrensburg area. I think there was some of those first microbursts that hit housing complexes, and the debris damage. How it made that big circle out, and I can remember that. Then they started detecting them, and you started seeing them more and more, particularly in those, like you said, those airport, Dallas, Denver, Omaha, Kansas City areas. More and more of those microbursts detections became storms that, I think I think that's like 97, 98, some of those early ones.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, they're impressive. We had one that hit my hometown. I would have been third grade, I think. Yeah, because it was 2003 we had one. and it hit the airport head on, which also happened to be right by the university. And long story short, it tore the roof off the airport, destroyed all the planes, destroyed about half the planes that were there. I think they estimated that the winds were probably upwards about 100 miles an hour. That was a weird one. But I mean, it was impressive, the damage that those things caused, and it was just a very localized area. That being said, got a new tornado report coming in. This is a picture that was sent via Twitter. Well, the social media app formerly known as Twitter. Little Prince reference there for you. Anyways, the social media network formerly known as Twitter is now X. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so it came out right here where that notch is seen on the radar. Again, it's a public report, and that's all we've gotten from that at the moment here. Well, the CC isn't going to do us any good right now, of course, with all that hail being around too. But yeah, it was right around the Dorrance area. Now, it's interesting that it's still not being tagged as observed. Again, it was a public report, but if there was something, maybe it was just a very little brief something. We'll keep an eye on that, though, for sure. For sure.
There's, I think, 10 minutes. Got the one in the Russell County media reported tornado west of Russell. And then the one in, I guess that was earlier. That's out in Colorado. Dorrance, Kansas. Picture sent via X. Yeah, it doesn't have the time on that, how long it was on the ground, but it looks like it was pretty brief.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it might have been the one that was from earlier. I have no idea.
22. Yeah, they're about a half hour apart. Gorham and then Dorrance. So those towns are about, I'm guessing 15 miles apart. Gorham and Dorrance, right there. That's where the Wilson County Reservoir is, or Wilson Lake. Big lake that people in central Kansas go boating on, and it's out in the middle of it, nowhere. I mean, it's all by itself out there, and that's right where that was. So
it's funny because up around where I'm right next to Minnesota, and Minnesota calls themselves the land of 10,000 lakes. But if you ever get the chance to actually drive around Minnesota, it's kind of more like the land of 10,000 ponds. There's just a lot of little tiny, like 1 acre lakes. We have a few biggies though. Yeah. But regardless, I mean, during tourist season, it's a pain in the butt to get around. But again, we can kind of see that that was all I had for that story. I don't know where I was going with that one. Some analogy. Anyways, so here's the rotation with it right there. Again, you can kind of see it here, flaring right up there, a little bit of a hook, but it's pretty much right over the Wilson area, right up on I-70 at this time. Again, kind of just going based off the radar. I mean, my guess is there's obvious rotation probably still going on down at the ground. I mean, probably very visible. Well, it might be somewhat rain wrapped at this point, but most likely there is at least a good amount of low level rotation going on at this time. Just maybe might not be down at the surface consistently. It could be intermittent though. I'll be curious to know more about that Dorrance report. But at the time being, they're going to go ahead and the warning upstream here, or downstream, I guess, they are going to call it observed. So let's take a look here. Confirmed tornado was located near Wilson, moving east. Tornado was on the ground. So we'll see here over the next few scans if this thing stays on the ground. It certainly has the kind of the setup for it. A little rain wrap, though. I'm imagining it's going to be a little difficult to see that thing.
So that Wilson there, that's on the north side of I-70 a little bit, isn't it there?
The Wilson, at least from this Wilson is just south,
just
like
south.
like less than about a mile.
Yeah, on the Wilson, the town proper is on the south side, and then the lake is on the north side of the interstate, about 4 or 5 miles. So you've got, between the town and all the way out to the lake, there's housing and resorts and boat. There's a lot in that area. So, if it's in that area, if you're out there Sunday afternoon, you're going to be out there. There's going to be lots of people out there. So, this is a dangerous situation if you're out there on that lake and in the area there. So hopefully we've got, enough warning and coverage out there with the, being spotted, by the public that, that's what we're dealing with there. So that, potential tornado on the ground is going right through that area. That's, the community itself is really small, but you start getting to the interstate and northward, there's a lot of, fancy homes and places that, people go and spend the Sundays out there. So a tourist populated area on a Sunday afternoon.
Absolutely. And not only that, but I-70 is also just in general a very, busy interstate too. So not only you're dealing with some of that just to the north, you're also dealing with the fact that there's automatically already traffic on, I-70 going, as it is. Really quickly, the Martin area in about a half hour, maybe up towards Beverly in about 40 minutes or so if this storm continues on the track that it's going. Maybe a little bit sooner than that. They have that trend going only about 35 miles an hour, but wondering maybe if it might be going just a little bit quicker than that. We'll have to kind of wait here and see. But this is the area right here that we're watching. It's pretty much
right along.
Yeah, it pretty much looks like it's probably already past Wilson at this time. But hey, 1.7 inches of hail.
Yeah, looking back on that, it was as much as 3 and a lot of 2.5. So that cell's had some, that baseball size hail, like the radar is indicating, is being verified. So hail and tornado.
Yeah, it's 2 for the price of 1, and probably some gusty winds. This right here is where the heaviest of the hail is likely going to be here within that storm. So just north of Wilson, but that'll be coming up on Sylvan Grove here in just a few moments. If it isn't already on top of them. Yeah, that could be very I'm really curious about this guy here.
3-inch hail really in that area could be very costly.
Well, have they already started planting down there?
No, well, we're getting ready to, yeah. We're waiting for some rain and some calm days. So
well, here's your rain.
Yeah, this
and the ice will help it. The ice will keep it cold for a while.
Yeah, that area is in the kind of extreme drought category on the monitor. We've had some north of I-70 out here to the west, and that we've had some rains that have got us almost near normal, or they're still not abnormally dry type category. But this week are expecting rain every day, and there's 4-inch totals projected in that area. Haze to the east there. So that this rain, when it comes to the crops and moving forward for spring planting, is what we need. So we just don't need this 4-inch hail and tornadoes.
Well, you know what the old saying is, though: beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, that's farming. Yeah. That's farming.
Yeah. No, I know it. I mean, it's and you know what? Come July, it'll probably be hot and dry again.
Yep. Actually, that's what La Nina forecasts generally do out here. Is it'll shut it off, in July, August, and then we won't see anything again until hopefully the next spring when it phases back out and all that. So we're used to that. We've seen several of those here they were almost back to back, maybe 3 in a row. I think we only had 1 year off here where it was phasing the other way. So we're used to just shutting off. I think when you look at the annual precipitation, we had 7 inches last June and late May, June, and then nothing the rest of literally 5-6 inches until it started raining again here, or snowing actually, Christmas time, and around the 8th we had those 4 blizzard warnings out here that got the 48 inches of snow. The problem with that was it all blew onto drift piles, and none of your meso nets and that can measure what actual moisture we actually got. So it's probably not a real accurate assessment of what we got in the soil. So
Well, yeah, it probably wouldn't be. Yeah, now that you mention it. Huh. Don't you love snow drifts?
yeah, well they
You
used
know,
to, we used to have them as you could crawl 'em on your house, before they started doing the no-till, because the drifts now you get 5, 6, 8 feet are the highest. We used to get 15 and 20, when I was a kid, and you could tunnel all the way from the house to the barn and build yourself a tunnel through them and crawl back and forth for quite a while. I think what's the movie that the kids do that in? Snow Days or what?
Snow Day?
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
That was Chevy Chase, right?
It's a long time ago.
No, but I think Chevy Chase was in that movie.
Okay.
Oh, nutrient warning.
I remember the kids building the tunnel in it.
So they've actually slightly extended that Trento warning a little bit more south. My guess here is they're probably picking up on this area of rotation, right over the Black Wolf area. But that's radar indicated at this time. The main one is still right up on I-70, tracking its way eastwards. Is that the only Trento warning we got at the moment? Oh, no, we also got our good friend over in Colorado. Let's take a look at this guy. It's also observed.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, look at it. Just a little tiny one. Now, here it is right there. There's that little hook. This guy looks like it's been dropping southeast here.
Logan County, yep.
Well, let me go ahead and try to load this here. And, yeah, look at that. Colorado showing up today. Huh, that's pretty cool.
Out there on Highway 34.
This would be north of that around Huxton.
Yep. Haxton. Yep.
Haxton. That's US Route 6, which actually passes by my hometown.
Oh yeah, I go into Imperial and Southwest Nebraska there, so that route
that thing
would have some potential weather coming back in, and that's kind of where that other watch area is that stuff coming out of Colorado. So
well, but I'm wondering how much longer this thing could kind of hold out, because we got that storm firing up right ahead of it, and that could start to interfere with it a little bit here. But at least I'd say for at least the next 10 minutes or so, this thing is still pretty good at still probably going to be pretty good at holding itself at least together. Yeah. I'm not quite sure. So you got that one and our one in Kansas. So only two active.
That cell going south of Scott City looks like it's getting pretty. Could have some rotation on that west end of that watch box.
Oh, the one down in the one in southwestern Kansas.
Yep.
Yeah. I was taking a look at that one too just a few moments ago. Then I kind of drifted away from it because I got distracted with this guy up here. But yeah, right. This guy right here.
Yep.
Yeah, it was looking pretty good a few scans ago. Take a look. It's actually had this pretty decent hook for quite a while, but right there. It's been trying to get itself together here.
See that bow out
yeah.
here? I mean, that's something to watch. I think as that moves forward, connecting with that other cell.
Oh, this thing connecting with this thing.
Yep.
Yeah. So, Chris, why don't you explain that to our viewers at home?
So these two thunderstorms here, if you see this bow out in front here, and then you got this other supercell here that'll got a little bow to the south, same area out in front of it a little bit. That derecho line, when these two storms, see how these boxes are kind of merging together here? That could be our start of our, that potential derecho line, right there, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. And, not only that, we haven't gotten any reports out. Of course, this is a pretty rural area. But they're estimating at least 70-mile-an-hour winds with this portion here. Same thing up here with this storm. Oh, and this storm also has softball-sized hail with it. Just at this rate, let's just assume they all got softball-sized hail based on how this season's been going so far. And also this one about 70-mile-an-hour winds.
That would go through Garden City, which is the largest city in Southwest Kansas. So,
yeah, it's like 12 people. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's about like what, 20,000, I think.
Yeah, it's 25,000, 30, somewhere around there. Hayes and Garden City are the bigger ones out here. Dodge City's pretty big as well, but they're in that 20 to 30 range, I believe.
Yeah, but otherwise, yeah, it's very, very rural up around this area. In fact, Kansas is one of those states where honestly, it's kind of like most of the plains where centers a population, and then in between there really isn't a whole lot in terms of population. It's mainly just agricultural. Kansas is very big on that too. Well, as you know, because you got everybody, Kansas City Metro all the way to Topeka, Manhattan, which is where the university is, or Kansas State is, Wichita, and then it's just it's just very, very rural up around there.
Each county, like where I live, your center city is the big, the population center, 1,000 to 3,000 people, and then the rest of the county is all rural, 300-400 people type towns. So the counties are 2,000 to 4,000.
North Dakota's like that too. 25% of the population of North Dakota lives in Fargo. The other 25% is Bismarck area. And then the remainder is Minot, Grand Forks, and Williston. And that's really about it. And
like Garden City and Dodge City, they have the feed yards and the packing plants that help bring the population. And then they also have colleges, in those towns, the junior colleges. And then there's a university in Hayes. So,
well, what university?
Fort Hays State University.
Oh, huh.
It's a Division II school.
Yeah, I guess I've heard of it. I guess I never really thought of where it was.
Good basketball.
Well, basketball is one of those sports where I've noticed at universities there are just some schools that just excel in that. And it's always like schools you wouldn't expect sometimes. It's just like, oh, Seton Hall.
Yep.
So yeah, watching this line here, it does look like it's starting to kind of build itself together here a little bit. Still more scattered than unified, but it's probably starting to get there. And not only that, but we've got this portion down here, which is starting to fire up. Right over the far northeastern corner of the Texas Panhandle. A few little stormers trying to go up there. We'll see. Maybe something might try to connect across the Panhandle.
Yeah, that's that dry line area. I noticed you're looking at some of these spotters. They're kind of positioning themselves right in between that area. So, that might be the thinking there is, that line will develop all the way through Liberal and down into the Oklahoma Panhandle and into Texas there.
Is that what they're doing, the storm spotters?
Looks like they're centering there around between Liberal and Sublette and Garden City.
Oh, storm spotters, man! When I was down there, was it 2 weeks ago? Oh my goodness, it is just a line of vehicles. The King's funeral procession has less attendees.
It's gotten crazy. I had a farmer that lives where our farm is out in the middle. I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere, and he goes, "Well, the only time I know that it's severe weather's coming is when them storm chasers start driving around out here on the private property."
Yeah, well, I mean, it's when I was down there, it was just like, I mean, you're like, oh my goodness, it's just like as soon as you pull off to sit and watch, you got to wait like an hour for everybody to get past you, and oh,
On a normal day, 5 cars that pass.
Well, I didn't tell. I don't think I was live when this happened, but it was when I was down in Oklahoma a couple weeks ago. I showed up at the storm because I took a different route, I think, than most everybody else. So I'm just, I'm driving along and I'm getting close to it, and all of a sudden, it was like I pull up, and all of a sudden I just see all these vehicles, and then I look up, and there's the helicopter from the news station flying over, and I was sitting there, and I was just like, "Am I gonna die?" Like, because because I took my eyes off the radar for like 2 minutes because I was going over this little hill and round, and the next thing you know, I pop up, and everybody's like, everything was looking towards me, and I was like, "Oh God."
That storm when it was out to the west of Perry when they had the mobile radar on it.
Oh
You could
yeah.
just see that mobile because the mobile radar picture was coming up, and as it was moving down the highway ahead of it, you could see all them cars, you know,
Oh yeah.
in front and behind that mobile radar unit.
Oh, it's insane. I mean, I was like I said, there was one I had to pull out of. It was towards the end, I think. Now I can't remember the town, but I was following it, and there was just so many vehicles that I actually had to turn out. I mean, I was just like, I can't, you know what I mean? Like you can't, I can't progress. Just there's just those rural highways. It's nice because the speed limit on those is like, how fast can you drive? But the problem is, it's just one lane of traffic, and there really isn't anywhere for you to maneuver. And so towards the end, there was so much traffic on one of the ones that I was on. I had to I basically just had to y'all go ahead. I'll just bring up the rear. Yeah, it's a little crazy down in Oklahoma. I got stuck behind the fire department. That was a fun one. I followed the fire truck right as they went back to turn on the siren. It's funny. For all the times I've been stuck with Trento sirens, I've never actually seen them activated. That was the first time.
Oh, in a town?
Yeah, it was. I can't remember the town it was in. It was in between. I think it was right before I turned on my camera for one of those live hits. But there was a fire truck that was racing up and down, within the procession of vehicles. And I thought, honestly, at first I thought it was just, some guy with flashy lights. And then I was like, oh, it's the fire department. And so I'm driving, so I was moseying through the town, and the fire truck comes, and I'm like, well, this is a bad time to have a fire. Well, it turns out it wasn't a fire. It was the fire department. They pulled their truck up, they got out, and they had a little box outside in their parking lot on one of those, basically where the siren is. And dude turned, opened it up, flipped the switch, closed it, got back in the truck, and just kept going. And I was like, so that's how it's been done.
That's
all right. Always wondered.
We have three poles or 4 poles across town with them on them, and they go off at 7, noon, and 6 to wake you up and tell you when it's lunchtime. And then on Friday, one day a week at 3, I think it's Saturday, at 3 o'clock, it blows the tornado warning just to make sure it's working. And all the dogs in town howl.
The small town where spent the first 9 years of my life, Woodville, right by where I spent the next 9 years of my life. But it was a small town called Woodville, and there was a lime quarry just up the road. It was one of the biggest in the country. It was massive at the time. It was called Martin Marietta, who owned it, and they would about every day at noon they would blast at the quarry, and so at noon they would sound the siren in town, so you could hear. It would just be very quick. It'd be like, and then you would just sit and you would just wait, and then you would hear boom, and like your house would shake just a bit, and you're like, okay, and that was it. It was about every day they would do that. They did it at noon, and they blew a siren. But that was a weird one. You're just sitting there and you hear it, and you're like, okay, and then all of a sudden your house just shakes, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, they are loud.
I don't know if they still do that there. I mean, it was 2002 when I moved to BG, so I mean, it's been 22 years since I've last been there to see if that's still the trend down there. And then the mosquito truck would come around. It was always an eventful day living on Water Street. That stupid mosquito truck. There's just a pickup truck. There's a pickup truck with just this giant gallon, like this tank in the back, and it had this little nozzle, and it would just spray the mosquito spray, and it had this. I can still distinctively remember the sound that the pickup truck had. It had a siren on it, and you would hear that thing coming, and it was like 6 o'clock. It's like 95 degrees outside, and of course none of the houses had air conditioning because they were all built in like the 20s, and you would hear this dang thing coming, and you had to go and close all the windows. You had to close every single window, and this stupid thing would come by and just blast spray, and then you couldn't open your window for like an hour because it just hovered, and I think later they found out it had like carcinogens in it. Whatever, it was the 90s, but and it killed everything but the mosquitoes. And that thing. Oh, that was. Everyone had their assumed positions too. It's just like when you hear it, everyone had the window to go to close it. And it moved at like 15 miles an hour. And we got stuck behind it once.
Yeah.
Windshield wipers. All right.
It smells.
Chris, we digress.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. The tornado is radar indicated now. Looks like there's some really, really large hail just on I-70. I don't know. I haven't looked at a report there, but it's.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten any.
It's to the north and west of Ellsworth.
Yeah, this whole blotch.
Yeah, then you got Lincoln. Between Lincoln and Ellsworth is where, and those are fairly good towns. They're 2,000-3,000 people. There's a prison there in Ellsworth, so that's where all the wind turbines are on the if you travel out here. The wind turbine.
Oh, those, yeah.
I mean, that whole southwest from Lincoln down to Dodge City, that's all wind turbines.
Well, that's where they put the in Ohio. They put all the wind turbines right off of US 30 by Van Wert. And if you ever get the chance, Chris, if you haven't ever gotten this chance, you got to take advantage of it. And you get by one of those big wind farms. I mean, we're not talking like 2 or 3 wind turbines. We're talking like hundreds. It's actually really impressive. But it's really cool at nighttime because they all have their strobe lights because they're over 100 feet. And you'll just be driving and you just see, as far as your eye can see at night, just this horizon of just these red flashing lights. It's they have, like I said, up around Van Wert in Ohio, and there's also some in Indiana near Lafayette. I've never seen the ones that you're talking about, but I'm imagining it's probably just as impressively big.
Yeah, these farms are just like you said. We got them out here in Colorado too, in the Burlington, all the way from Burlington to Lyman. and then out here from Lincoln all the way to, at that Ellsworth, where that Ellsworth intersection meets there. That's the break between the plains and the Flint Hills. So it's
Is that where it is?
Yeah, and them turbines, the real impressive ones, are sitting on some of those foothills as you come into that, and then they don't have them in the valley, and then they come back up on the plains and come back. It's really, really impressive when you go down I-70 and see that, and all those blinking lights, like you said. And then the wisp. You open your window, you can hear. If you pull over on one of those rest areas, there's one right over one of those rest areas.
Yes. There's one of those right off of US 30 outside of, in Northwest Ohio. There's a rest stop right in, and you could just, you get out, that's funny. Okay, so I'm glad it's not just a Route 30 thing, that they also have that, and then they have a rest stop for it. I mean, they are impressive to witness. I mean, I remember once seeing one. Don't worry, folks. We're still tracking these storms. I remember once seeing one morning. It was kind of foggy. It was middle of winter, and it was really cool seeing kind of the wisps of fog getting kind of turned a little bit by they weren't moving very fast because that was a very chilly morning, but it was kind of cool seeing some of the wisps of fog kind of interacting a bit with those.
I wonder, now we're talking about that, 3-inch hail hitting those things. I'm sure they put the brakes on when these storms come in, but I bet that they have to repair all that stuff. Them things are fiberglass.
Oh,
I think pretty sure they are, or some type of material. I mean, imagine the material's gotten stronger, but I don't know. That's curious. The smaller turbines I don't particularly know what they make those blades. I think in Windsor, Colorado.
Those things are big too. I mean, some people, I don't know. Like I say, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about those big wind farms. And I'm not kidding you. If you've ever, those things are huge. Those individual blades. I mean, they're not. You look at a picture, you're like, oh, okay, it's a giant fan. You actually have to see. It's like those things have to come in on like 3 truck trailers.
Yeah.
They actually close down the highway when those things come in. Because they're that big. I mean, you can't physically those blades are huge, which is why I don't know how birds can miss them when they're flying, but whatever. I've always wanted to see one of those in a Trento. Like, I've always wondered if it would, like, you'd see the thing go whoop and then just come apart. I've always wanted to see one of those things in a Trento. In fact,
Texas, they've had to have been hit down there in Texas Panhandle area.
I feel like if we put weather sensors on top of those, simply for that reason. I mean, look, there's so many of them. At some point, one of those wind farms is bound to get hit with a Trento. I mean, if we put sensor on every one of those.
They do. I think we worked on a project out here they put weather sensors on them. So that's kind of I think that automates their braking systems on them. The weather, and I imagine they capture data too. Those companies do. So,
I mean, that would be awesome. You gotta admit. I mean, hey, look, those things spring up like dandelions. Okay, well, I'm just saying though. You ever notice that one day there's no wind farm, and next thing you know they're everywhere? You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
It's like a McDonald's. You never see them being built; they just happen. Have you ever seen a McDonald's being built, Chris?
A McDonald's?
Yeah.
I seen one get tore down and rebuilt.
But you've never seen one like, it's like you see a dirt patch and then boom, McDonald's.
Yeah.
Overnight.
Yeah.
We had one of those in Woodville when I was a kid.
Then the other stuff comes behind it.
Yeah.
Walmart.
Now it's Dollar Generals.
Oh, geez. Don't talk about that. They're everywhere.
Well, right? Like, all of a sudden, those have just exploded.
Little towns everywhere.
Yeah. In fact, when like I said, when I was younger, the thing was it was Walmart's popping up everywhere, but now it's Dollar General's popping up everywhere. I'm taking a look at this guy here, this northern storm north of Garden City. And you know, this guy, let me double check here. He's got some decent rotation on it that just kind of fired up here. So here it is right here. This is on the radar imagery. You can see it's kind of on the back end a little bit here. And this is it on the velocity right there. So again, we're looking at this point in the storm. That's starting to tighten up a little bit. What do you think?
Yep, it does look like we're starting to see the that area there. It's the same area, kind of what we were looking at earlier. That line out in front hasn't really developed too much into that, but that little notch area, something to watch there.
It appears that it's, well, and then whatever happened right here. This looks like a looks like a crime scene almost.
Yeah, well, that's what's I think that's what's happening. They're thinking that's all going to come together.
Well, yeah, and I think what's eventually might happen here, just going based off of we wanted to go kind of solely with radar here, it looks like we're going to see maybe this starting to become a line because it does look like it's kind of building back a little bit. And then we're going to see maybe this start to kind of form into a little bit of a line. So that'll kind of track its way like this, whereas this one might kind of do one of these little numbers, which then means at some point something's probably going to fill in right in between these two. What do you think?
And that's what they were talking about, that triple point area where we could see more tornadic activity in that.
Sure. Yeah, I was gonna say tornadic activity, but then I mean certainly, I was looking at some of the D-Cape values. They're pretty high up around here, so maybe not derecho, but I wouldn't be surprised here if we're gonna see some 70 or 80 mile an hour wind gusts here and there. I think it'll be interesting with the mesonets. It does appear there's actually a new tornado report too. Wow, I mean this guy is just chugging along up here. So anyways, yeah, folks, that's kind of what we're expecting is going to happen here. We'll see exactly how that shapes up. But new tornado report, by the way, coming just south of Lincoln here. Let's take a look here. Dust being kicked up, but believe it is rain wrapped. Well, that's kind of useless. Chris, in terms of tornado reports.
Tornado reports. Let's see what we got
on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 or 0 being that wasn't very helpful, 10 being this was gold. Well, how would you rate this one?
This one, yeah, dust being kicked up. Believe it's rain wrapped. Who? ICT Wichita office. Must have been a trained spotter called in, and they decided to do that. That's pretty weak.
But it could be straight line winds kicking up the dust. Right. I mean, I've been in, heck, when I was down there in Oklahoma, some of those storms kick up dust. It's the wind.
Well, and that, like I said, that's that extreme drought area too. So we don't have a lot of vegetation yet. It's dry, so there's going to be dust. And I'm surprised they didn't put the blowing dust wording in there with these winds because that is dry, that whole area of the state.
Let's yeah, they didn't put it in that. They actually mentioned it. Yeah, they didn't mention it in their warning or anything. Then again, I'm not quite sure if that's a standard.
I know the ones we've been getting out here all year out in the Goodland office, it's with it every time.
Oh.
I mean, red flag day, blowing dust. Especially at South I-70, it's wetter north, but anything south I-70, they're putting the wording in, all the storms. So I was surprised that we're not seeing it out there. Wichita's, a little different. Dodge City should definitely have it.
Dodge City's. Let's take a look at their damages here. They got 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, hail damage. Yeah, they're right now. They're still, interestingly, they're still having 70-mile-an-hour winds on this section of that storm line down there, but I don't know if it's quite to that point yet.
Timmy, here
This
at
is
5.
probably going to start getting really active here pretty soon.
Yeah, here at 5, I'm going to jump off for half hour, 40 minutes or so, maybe an hour to
I'll be here.
do some personal stuff, some eating, and then I'll come back and hopefully we'll see if this thing's fired up when I get back.
Oh, don't you worry about it. I'll keep the boat down here, or I'll keep what. I'll hold down the fort. There we go.
Entertain them.
Hey, everybody. You want to see some magic tricks? Hey, watch this. Ready for you? Ready, Chris? I'm going to make this thing bend.
Do the top planes, trains, automobile story.
Oh, that's a great movie. I've been in that situation before. That's a great movie. I actually did a story about that on one of the stations I worked with. I did a story about the meteorologicalness behind that.
I think one of the first times you were on the call, you brought that up, and
I did.
I love that movie too.
That's a great movie. It's a very under. I think it's a very, but it's funny because you watch that movie today, and I mean that plot would never work today because of cell phones.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there was supposed to be like a whole side story about, because he couldn't get a hold of his wife, wife thought he was cheating on him or something like that. And I was sitting there, like, you watch that movie today, and you're just like, with cell phones, I mean, half of the stuff in the movie they could just do over their phone.
Yep.
Book flights and hotels and vehicles. I mean, you can do all that over your, on. Anyways, go take your break. I'll be here.
All right. See ya.
Alrighty. How y'all doing? So now it's just me. All right. So we were rambling on at times, but don't worry. What we're ultimately watching here, or at least that we're watching to see here, is we are expecting some decently strong storms to maybe fire up here. Maybe, we're already seeing some of them, but we're expecting this activity to actually increase a little bit. Now, the interesting thing here, this is probably going to be the first time that we've really done a live stream for a severe thunderstorm watch. And part of the reason why we're doing it is because is that even though we're not really expecting, a tornado outbreak, let's put it this way, what we're expecting is maybe perhaps a little bit more of a wind type of setup today. All right, before we get ahead of ourselves, let's take a look here. There is a severe thunderstorm watch that is actually in effect. It includes a couple of counties in northwestern Texas Panhandle, northeastern Texas Panhandle, parts of the Oklahoma Panhandle, as well as a few counties in northern Oklahoma, and a good chunk of southwestern Kansas. So this is not your ordinary severe thunderstorm watch, though. This is actually being labeled as a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Now, we don't tend to see these very often. We don't tend to see the PDS tag, very often as it is, but even less often when it comes to a severe thunderstorm type of watch. It's not to say it's unheard of. But the big thing here that's really kind of expected, at least from the Storm Prediction Center, is going to be the possibility of very strong winds with some of these storms. We are kind of expecting to maybe be seeing kind of a line type of setup develop here. And within that line could very easily be some pockets of 70, 80 mile an hour winds, maybe up to 90 mile an hour winds. So it's the reason why this area is actually under a moderate risk today of severe weather, which, again, terms aside, moderate, enhanced, all that stuff. I mean, we are expecting kind of an elevated severe weather probability across some parts of southern Kansas and south central Kansas in particular, especially once we start getting this line to develop. In the meantime, what we've been watching here is a couple of individual storms firing up. Now, tends to be in this type of a situation, what we tend to see here is when these storms first fire up, they kind of have what is known as all hazards or all type of event possibilities. That is large hail, gusty winds, and the possibility for some tornadoes. Again, these are supercell thunderstorms, at least some of them ones that are ongoing right now. The atmospheric conditions are pretty good for at least some of that to develop. And this is typically how we start off some of these events. What then ends up happening is we start getting more storms to develop, and outflows begin to interact with the environment, and eventually we go from having a couple of these scattered thunderstorms that have the potential for some tornadoes to more of this line type of setup. Eventually they kind of coalesce into this line and produce more of a straight line wind type of situation. Okay, what does that mean? Simple. What it means is that we tend to see a decrease in the tornado probability, although it does not go to zero. Straight line, squall lines could still produce tornadoes, and we've talked about that before. But we start to see more of a straight line wind type of event setting up. And without going into the meteorological explanations behind it, especially in some of the conditions like what we're seeing out across parts of Kansas, sometimes it can be a little bit more than your typical straight line wind type of event here. So that's kind of the main thing that we are going to be keeping an eye on here. Now, right now, we're still kind of in that development mode. At least with the way that things are being expected, or at least with the way the forecast is expected and everything, we're still kind of at the development mode here of these storms. But what we have been watching is this section here beginning to kind of grow a little bit more. Now, it still has rotation in it, and this thing has dropped a couple of tornadoes, at least according to some of the reports that we've been getting. But it's now starting to become more of this blob-looking thing with a little bit more of this, kind of growing. This isn't necessarily what you'd expect your typical, big supercell thunderstorm to look like. And that's because it's probably starting to transition a little bit away from that somewhat into more of type of a line development. In fact, if we were to kind of loop this here, and again, folks, I'm just trying to graze over some of the meteorological explanations, but we could see our main storm here, but now we've got this stuff starting to fire up on the back side of it. So this is likely going to maybe start to try to develop a little bit more of a line as it kind of tracks its way kind of to the east here at varying speeds. But there is still some ports of this here that are rotating. Again, this section here of the storm still is still worth watching, even though, again, as a whole, this is starting to become a little bit more of a wind type of setup. The other area that we're watching is down around Garden City and Dodge City. Now, right now, we got these two little storms here, this kind of little bit of a gap in between here. And the expectation is, at least the way things are looking, is that we're going to start to see this kind of starting to develop into a little bit of a line, and it may connect with some activity down across Oklahoma. So you got your first line up here, and then you'll have your second activity here. This is going to try to track its way a little bit to the east. This will probably try to track its way a little bit to the east-southeast, and eventually that could maybe fill this whole thing in, and we're going to kind of end up with a little bit of a line again with some pockets of some pretty gusty winds at this time. That is why we have that severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect. As mentioned, it is a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, which again tends to really just be for situations where there's expectations for either widespread, massively large hail or, some decent wind gusts within these thunderstorms. Now, the term derecho has been thrown around a few times today that I've seen. Here's the thing. Derecho is a squall line on steroids, is the best way to put it. All right. A derecho is really just a squall line that meets a particular criteria. And again, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it has to travel a certain distance and it has to be a certain width. And obviously it has to have a certain amount of winds with it. So you can have a derecho intensity line of thunderstorms that isn't technically a derecho if it doesn't meet up to some of the distance criteria. So keep that in mind. It's one of those things in meteorology, and I've noticed over the years it has become kind of a big talking point, and I think that all started back in like 2012. And then again in 2013 when there were two big derechos that kind of went through parts of the Midwest. Of course, the 2012 one actually made its way all the way to Washington, D.C., which was a little unusual for terms of longevity. So I've noticed ever since then, all of a sudden, everything likes to be a derecho or what have you. But really just keep in mind here that, again, that's kind of more of a category It has to meet a certain criteria, and that's something that we can't really do until after everything is already done. But keep in mind, again, even if it's not a derecho, it could still have some very, very strong winds with it. Derecho, like I said, it's just a line of thunderstorms. Now, what's interesting, though, like Chris and I were talking about a little bit earlier, typically when there's the expectation of maybe a type of derecho setup, the expectation is sometimes you'll see tornado watches being issued instead of your standard severe thunderstorm watch. And part of the reason for that is sometimes these squall lines can produce little, tornadoes of their own. We've called them spin up. We've talked about this many a live stream, but typically it's interesting with some of the stronger derechos. Sometimes you can actually get a little miniature tornado outbreak with them, just based on the way that those derechos move. Now, that being said, most of those tornadoes tend to actually be a little bit weak. EF0s, EF1s, maybe an EF2 or 3 here and there. But it is pretty interesting. So sometimes you'd see a tornado watch. In this type of setup, again, we've had a couple tornado reports, but again, they haven't been associated with any they haven't been associated with a technical derecho at this point, is we're still kind of at supercell mode with some of these thunderstorms. So they're just starting to get themselves fired up here. So again, we're going to keep an eye on this. Chris was with us a little bit ago. He had to step out here. So basically what we're doing here is just kind of seeing how this thing is going to fire up and how exactly this is going to transpond. So again, PDS, severe thunderstorm watch, again, something you don't typically see very often. Let alone with a severe thunderstorm watch. In fact, so Chris and I were talking. Last time I remember seeing a PDS severe thunderstorm watch might have been 2012. I feel like I saw one more, one more after that and before today, but I can't remember when. So they're not very common, but they do happen. And again, it tends to be for straight line wind type of setup here. Additional severe thunderstorm watches. Let's take a look here a little bit here. We got a severe thunderstorm watch that is also in effect for parts of northeastern Colorado, and it goes back into parts of the Kansas-Nebraska border. This is not a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, but there are a few storms that we're going to watch make their way out of Colorado, could be producing some decent-sized hail. Other severe thunderstorm watch includes parts of the Black Hills going into central South Dakota, all the way down into the far western part of Nebraska, including the massively large Cherry County, Nebraska, which actually is in 2 different time zones because it is so large, and for some reason when they were making time zones, they couldn't just follow the county boundaries. Whatever. That's for an argument for a different day. Again, not PDS here, mainly some gusty winds and maybe the probability of some hail. There's also this little guy way over here around parts of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, going back to Ottumwa. We have a couple little storms just making their way through. This guy happens to have some signatures that may be indicative of maybe up to about 1-inch size hail, which is technically a severe thunderstorm at that point, albeit marginal. We had one 1-inch hail report coming in from near Knoxville, Iowa area. But other than that, that is all we have seen from that. We're not expecting, at least for the evening hours, this to be an overly active area. There is also a little severe thunderstorm warning that is all the way down near Urbana, Illinois, not too far away from where the University of Illinois is. All right. Here we go. Let's take a look. We got this kind of group of storms here that are firing up. Really cool on this radar image is something that you can see is the individual outflows of these thunderstorms. In fact, if we were to kind of loop this a little bit, you'd be able to see what I mean. This is the rain-cooled air coming out of the thunderstorms. You see these little lines right here? Take a look at that. And these guys really aren't moving very quickly, so look at that. That's actually really cool. You can see all that outflow boundary right there. And you can kind of think of this as a little miniature cold front to a degree. Sometimes we tend to see storms firing up right along these. You can see a couple there firing right up along the outflow boundary. We'll have to see as these two come together if maybe we could get something to fire up over the Clinton area. Again, just kind of fun. We tend to see these quite a bit. In fact, just about every thunderstorm tends to produce them. Sometimes they're a little bit difficult to see on radar. Sometimes they're very plentiful on the radar imagery. Just pretty cool there, these little individual outflows. That's your rain-cooled air, that breeze you get sometimes when a thunderstorm is nearby. That's effectively what you're seeing. These, these outflows, though, when you start seeing them, sometimes that can spell the end of a thunderstorm because the thunderstorm needs that warm, moist air to lift. But if that becomes, rain-cooled, it's a lot harder for the storm to lift, and thus it doesn't really begin to, the storm could begin to weaken a little bit, especially if it's not moving very quickly at all. This guy is just drifting, and you can see how that the outflow here has kind of ran out ahead of the storm. So we're starting to see this little guy kind of weakening a little bit, as well as this guy too. But again, in a situation like this, with all these outflows hanging around each other, probably get some more storms trying to fire up. All right, so that's in terms of that thunderstorm activity. Also, let's go ahead and take a look on over to Motown here. We got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings right around parts of Oakland County, going back towards the Clinton Township area. A couple group of storms are getting ready to cross their way into Canada. It does appear here that the, let's see here. The National Weather Service of Detroit has put up another severe thunderstorm warning. These guys aren't moving very quickly. Some locally gusty winds and maybe some small hail. Again, very marginal here. Not expecting this area, at least for today, to be a high severe weather area, or I guess a very active severe weather area. But nonetheless, still a little bit of activity there. Obviously, the big show that we've been watching are two groups of storms, one coming right up on Dodge City and the other one up here. Again, all these reports are from that kind of what was a supercell that is now kind of forming itself into this kind of group here of, storms. It's this guy right here. Again, earlier on, this guy was just by himself, little old supercell, but now we're starting to see that development begin to increase across parts of Kansas here. This is starting to becoming a little bit more than just, a single supercell. It's starting to become more of a multi-cell type of a line here. It has produced a couple of tornadoes. Most of them, from the looks of it, have been generally pretty weak and short-lived. Again, something that we tend to expect. The main thing with this has been some pretty large hail, which has been something that we have been talking about. Goodness golly gracious, it seems like all season. Every event that we've had has come with very, very large hail. So let's take a look here down at Dodge City. Again, this is the area that we're starting to really watch here. This section here of the storm appears to be starting to get pretty decently organized here. This has winds right now estimated about potentially upwards of about 80 miles an hour. Again, it's just past Garden City. It's making its way to the east-northeast here. So we'll have to kind of see how exactly that shapes up. Let's take a look at this here on the good old velocity radar imagery. And we'll kind of zoom in here just a little bit and see if we can't see any of those straight line winds at the moment here. It does not appear that we can see that. But let's flip on over to our regular velocity here. Here we go. So now we're going to include the storm motion and everything else. And that's a pretty good pocket right there of some pretty gusty winds here, upwards about 60, about 60 miles an hour. Probably going to be a few little isolated pockets here and there. So what we're looking at here is our velocity radar image. What is the velocity radar image? Well, the radar is measuring the winds within the thunderstorm effectively, and it's doing so in two directions, either going towards the radar or away from the radar. Greens are winds going towards the radar. Reds are winds going away from the radar. We look at this for rotation. We tend to see high values right up against each other. Tends to be a pretty good indication that there is rotation within the thunderstorm. However, in this situation, what we are looking at it for is straight line winds, which is something that we can also do with this particular type of radar scan. And these can get pretty bright sometimes. Now, notice how it just winds in one direction. Again, we have the thunderstorm winds that are making their way out of the storm like this. All right, so the winds are kind of going in this direction here, much like this. Okay, so again, we're not expecting, when we're looking for straight line winds, we're not expecting to see high values of the opposite color right up against this, because again, we're looking at straight line winds. The predominant wind is going in just one direction. Makes sense? So, unlike when we'd be looking for rotation, which is, again, something more localized, when we're looking at very strong, straight line wind type of events, we're looking for lines, or at least these individual pockets within a line, which we can kind of see right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. At least on this current radar scan of areas with potentially gusty winds. Now, what's interesting about this section right here is we see when we take a look at this, notice how it has this backwards C shape. All right. It's called a bow echo. And basically, it's exactly what it is. It's a bow-shaped radar echo return. Hence why it's called a bow echo. When we tend to see these are very good indications that there is some very gusty winds. we have the winds that are coming in behind the storm racing forward. And that's what helps to give it that backward C shaped. All right. So if we got our storm here moving like this and some of those winds come on the back edge, it begins to kind of push the middle part of the storm forward a little bit. And it gives it that C shape, that backward C shape. Again, this is what is known as a bow echo. And we tend to start seeing that. That's a good indication that there's probably some locally enhanced gusty winds. In fact, if we were to kind of clean up this image here a little bit, we could see that right where our echo is, this C-shaped here, we're seeing a little bit of enhancement at the winds right about here, right around this area. Now, keep in mind, though, that as I mentioned, we start to lose kind of that big tornado probability. However, it doesn't mean we lose the tornado probability completely. When we start dealing with bow echoes and we start dealing with segmented lines and even squall lines, there can be rotation that does develop immediately along the surface, or, right up along the beginning part of the line. There's a lot of wind shearing going on. So this could be an area that would also have to be watched for the possibility of what is known as a spin-up tornado. Spin-up tornado is exactly that. Very quick, just whoop, spins up, and then kind of weekends. Those tend to not be on the ground for very long. They tend to not be overly strong. They tend to not be your big tornadoes, but sometimes you can get them up to EF2. I think I've seen one time where they got up to about EF3. But again, not on the ground for very long. Most of the time, EF0s, EF1s, maybe some EF2s scattered in there. Again, for right now, that's not a high probability. It certainly is going to be a possibility, especially if we can get this to kind of coalesce into a line and if there's enough, notching going on within the storms. But anyways, ultimately, though, what we tend to see sometimes with these bowing segments is under the right circumstances, not always, but sometimes there can be a little bit of an enhanced area of some low-level rotation. Now, the severe thunderstorm warning has actually been extended a little bit outwards here, and it's being warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. All right? So, not exactly the 80-mile-an-hour that we had up here, but still pretty decent-sized gusty winds. So, that is that. While we're on the topic, folks, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and we're going to take another look at that severe thunderstorm watch here. We're going to update this so we can get an update. So the blue colors here, I know it's really weird. Don't ask me why. I really wish that in the world of meteorology, we could get all the colors to be unified, but apparently it doesn't work that way. Even though on my radar images and everything, we see the watches for severe thunderstorm watches and warnings are yellow, tornado watches and warnings are red. It seems like every branch or every office has their own color schemes. For the SPC, they use blue for severe thunderstorm watch and warnings. Don't ask me why. That is a topic for a completely different day. Whatever. All right, let's take a look here. Turn that off really quickly. All right, so let us take a little bit of a look here at the warnings here. So it's interesting. If you remember, when I was, up until 2007, they used to do the warnings by county, which was very fun when you had something in like San Bernardino County or Cherry County, Nebraska. So for the longest time, that's how they did warnings. It was by county. Now we do it by polygon shaped. I always found it very interesting, though, that this particular graphic here from the SBC still shows it by county, which is also what a lot of the local news media still uses on their little bottom screens that they have out. The little ticker that they have at the bottom of the screen. Every station I worked at also still uses the counties for that, but technically the warnings are now done by polygons. But anyways, what you're seeing down here, all that big cluster of blue, well, that's that storm system that we've been taking a look at down around Dodge City. And then, of course, this cluster of blue up around Salina is that other section there of the storm. There's also additional storms that are now beginning to fire up across parts of western Oklahoma. Right now, it appears that the quiet areas are Guy Moon all the way back to Beaver and to Buffalo, Oklahoma, right there along the Panhandle, kind of right in between. However, we are expecting that might try to maybe develop also a little bit more here as we go through the evening. Now, again, this is, as mentioned, mainly straight line winds is what we're going to be talking about as we go through the remainder part of the evening here. All right, let's go back to our good friend here, the radar image. And let's have a look at what we are seeing that is new. All right, so Here we go. No tornado warnings now in effect. All right, we've lost our tornado warnings. Again, the kind of expected. But now we're starting to see here, especially with this section of the storm coming right up on Salina, is the straight line wind type of thing here. Here's a good little section right here that may be producing some locally gusty winds. But again, still given the way that this thing is bowing out and the way this thing is moving, there easily could be a few pockets here and there of some maybe brief rotation. It doesn't appear at this time, though, that we're seeing quite the signatures that we were seeing earlier, but we are starting to see a lot of these brighter colors, which, again, as mentioned, is a pretty decent indication. There is at least some very breezy conditions. And this is the area right here in particular over the next few moments that I really want to keep an eye on. Again, this is just to the west here of I-35 as it cuts its way through Salina. Or excuse me, I-135 as it cuts its way through Salina, coming right up here on I-70. So could get pretty breezy here in Salina in the next few moments. And also, the other thing that we start seeing, especially once this thing starts becoming a bit more of a line, is its forward speed will likely begin to pick up a little bit more. So right now, these storms are moving about 35, 40 miles an hour. We'll likely start seeing that forward speed beginning to increase a little bit as we go through the next couple of hours. There's that. All righty. So, again, fun times. Doesn't always have to be tornadoes for it to be fun. And like I said, but they certainly do make it fun. But again, kind of a straight line wind type of a setup. Let's go ahead and take a look at some tracks here. I do want to time out this portion here of the storm. We're going to move this section here right through Salina just to go ahead and give them a little bit of a time here. Let's see exactly how much time we got left. Oh, let me reposition this here. We're going to position this thing right up on Salina. That's going to put it there in about 15 minutes, if even that long, for the potentially gusty winds. Let's see here. Let's loop this here really quickly and see what direction we got this section going. I think this guy's going a bit more. This guy's going a bit more down to the south. You see how it's dropping a little bit. So let's go ahead. Boy, that certainly is slow going on I-70 right now. I can tell you that much right now. As a lot of people probably with their flashers, a lot of heavy rain, and again, even some embedded hail here and there. All right, we're going to track this portion here of the line down a little bit. We're just going to move it. How about like this? Let's do that. And we're just going to put it about 40 miles an hour just to get a few more towns. And it looks like we're going to start seeing this thing creeping its way into the Venango area here in about 15 minutes. We'll see here right now, Hallville, maybe about the next 50 minutes. But again, if this thing starts picking up its forward speed, which it could very well do, especially as it begins to form into more of a line, we could start to see maybe that time begin to or that arrival time being pushed up a little bit. So here again is an area that we're going to watch right up around here to see if there's any little potential for some spit up rotation. Regardless, though, this is a breezy section here within that thunderstorm. Wind gusts of maybe upwards about a good 50 to 60 miles an hour could be possible within that section there of the storm. All right, let's go back over to Dodge City right now, which does not look as too impressive on this particular radar scan, but it looks like we're starting to get this to, begin to maybe start to fill in a little bit here. And if that does, again, it's really going to become kind of a straight line wind type of situation. Right now, that severe thunderstorm warning is going to go from Ness City all the way down towards near the Spearville area. Again, 70-mile-an-hour winds. And then 70-mile-an-hour winds also for this part here of that warning. So now we're starting to see these warnings getting pushed out here a little bit more. All right, let's take a look down in Oklahoma. Let's see how they're doing down there. All right, right at the Texas-Oklahoma border. Good old rivalry, but of course, that's the Red River rivalry. This is more of the, I guess, the Panhandle, whatever. I don't know where I'm going with that, so we're going to move rapidly along. Right now, we're taking a look at this storm here. Again, there does appear to be a little bit of a notch. We'll see what ends up happening with that. Again, right here is what we're looking at. There is a little bit of a notch right here. We can kind of see it a bit on the velocity. So we'll see Yeah, we'll see what ends up becoming of that. I think at the moment, though, this is mainly going to be a little bit of a hail type of setup. Let's see here if we can't find is the Amarillo radar going to be a bit closer. Oh man, this thing is right at the edge here of two different radars, which is going to make it very interesting. Again, a pretty rural area, but it is becoming right up here on US 283. Again, there does appear to be a little bit of rotation right here. We are looking way north here, or sorry, not way north. We're looking way east here of Amarillo. We're pretty much, well, we're way southwest of Woodward, Oklahoma. Let's see how far away from Woodward we are. We are going to be good 50 miles southwest here of Woodward, Oklahoma. Regardless, though, this storm certainly to be worth watching. But again, I think eventually this will also begin to kind of coalesce a little bit into a line. Very quiet right now across the panhandle part of Oklahoma. We'll see exactly how that begins to shape up. We've also had another storm that was firing up on the northern edge of all the excitement across Dodge City area. That has also gotten a warning on it, albeit let's take a look here exactly how that particular storm is moving. It's kind of bubbling its way a little bit there. You can see it right there. And this looks like this might be the dry line right there. That's pretty cool. Anyways, yeah, pretty fun times. That's for sure. All righty. So we'll keep an eye on this storm here. And again, as mentioned, right now, main activity is going to be the stuff that is getting ready to push its way. And eventually, as mentioned, we are expecting that these two groups might begin to start connecting to each other. Uh, Again, without going into too much detail, it might be somewhere around this area where we start seeing maybe these two groups begin to kind of meet up a little bit with each other. Now, obviously, this section here, I don't even know what that is. So let's try this again. So obviously, this section here is going to be moving a bit more like this, whereas this section is also trying to back build a little bit, but is moving further down like that. So uh, we might start to see it trying to connect a little bit here in the middle. Obviously, that would be kind of and then at that point it might become pretty decent sized wind issue at least for a little bit. Again, things can change. Let's take a look here. We also got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning all the way up near Lincoln, Nebraska. This guy is marginally severe, about 1 inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Again, no strong rotation or anything with that. A few warnings still up across parts of South Dakota. Let's take a look at the Badlands here. How are they doing? Again, a little thin line here, but still capable of producing some gusty winds and certainly maybe a little bit in the way of some hail. Again, generally kind of a ruralish area out there. And then we have our good friend all the way out near Iowa. I guess in Iowa, heading towards Iowa City. Small little storm, but packing the punch of maybe about 1 inch size hail and some locally gusty winds. Again, also a marginally severe thunderstorm, the way it's being warned. Still a couple of those warnings hanging up around Detroit, but they're making their way into Ontario, up around the Windsor area. I've been around there. All right, let's take a look here as they continue to kind of readjust the warnings here around Dodge City. Let's see here. 70, 70, and 70 still seems to be our main number. It is 90 degrees up ahead of this area. That is very, very windy. 80 or very, very hot. Excuse me. 70-mile-an-hour winds also being warned for that storm as it makes its way towards the Ellsworth area. Whoops! Accidentally dropped the microphone. That's not good. All right, I guess it helped if I sat up a little bit. But then again, what's a little slouching among friends. All right. So, yeah, that is going to be the main one here. Brookville, Salina. So we should start getting some wind reports here, hopefully very, very soon. Obviously, this area had quite a bit of activity in terms of hail not that long ago. And even a few little tornadoes, but it looks like that tornado probability has really dropped off. Again, kind of what we'd expect in this type of a setup. Though that's not to say that the spin-up probability has decreased. In fact, it's probably maybe increased a little bit. But as far as your long track tornado probability, there wasn't really a high one to begin with, but it's certainly a lot lower than it was. Here's that storm pushing its way now out of Dodge City. This guy This guy's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good indeed. So it just pushed its way through Dodge City. We'll see here what begins to happen as this starts to maybe coalesce into a little bit more of a line. Here's Greensburg, Kansas. This was the area back in '07 that got hit with that really large EF5 tornado. Kind of tracked its way almost, straight in from the south. Uh, Obviously, we're not expecting that today, but just kind of interesting. Uh, so that to get your bearings straight for those of you who know where Greensburg, Kansas is. Well, there it is. If you didn't know where Greensburg, Kansas is, there it is. So all right, we got that covered. All right, let's take a look here. Great Bend, still a little bit of ways away from the activity. So what's going to be happening as we go our way through the rest of the evening hours and the overnight tonight? Well, basically, long story short, here's what we're expecting. We're expecting that these storms will kind of fire up again, kind of meet up, form a little bit of a line that might stretch across a good part of Kansas, or at least, from north to south, from maybe about where we're seeing it now to central part of Kansas down to the Oklahoma border. It'll then begin to kind of track its way towards the east, eventually reaching Kansas City later on tonight. But by that point, it could be in a little bit more of a weakened state. Regardless, though, the highest probability for those really straight line winds is going to be right, in this area here, just ahead of where we're seeing the activity now, up to about Wichita, and then eventually we could start to see it weakening off as it begins to move its way towards Kansas City. However, it's still probably going to be a line of storms, or at least a little bit of a lightning show as it makes its way towards Kansas City, but probably it's not going to have the intensity with it. This activity will then kind of sputter out as we go into the overnight, or as we go into the late night hours. Some lingering showers and thunderstorms will still probably be around the Kansas City area as we go into the late night hours tonight and into early tomorrow morning. So again, while this will technically kind of be a little bit of an all-night system, the intensity of it is really going to be kind of highlighted pretty much between now and let's say maybe about 11 o'clock Central Time or so. This activity will then be, like I said, track its way towards Kansas City overnight tonight. It'll probably be weakening, though, as it does so. And then it'll probably fall apart even more so as it goes into Missouri and parts of down around, Joplin and parts of northwestern Oklahoma. Again, your typical little overnight little line of thunderstorms, I guess we could call it that. Might still have some pockets of strongness here and there, and then it'll kind of fizzle out, and then we'll kind of get ready for maybe some additional activity as we go into the day tomorrow. But again, that'll be a little bit further back out across Kansas and Nebraska. So again, that's the main thing that we're covering for, that we're kind of keeping an eye out here for the next few hours is any little uptick in activity that could begin to show that this is going to start to kind of form into a little bit of a line. Again, the area of strongest winds that's kind of being expected right now, we'll push this back down to one radar, but it's primarily going to be in this area right about here that includes Wichita, includes Hutchinson, up to about McPherson. Right now, we'll see what happens around eastern Kansas, but I think the thinking is that by the time this activity gets its way to about here, it'll probably start to be in a weakening state. So we'll keep an eye out here as we go through. Certainly going to be a little bit on the breezy side. Other than that, where else are we going to be seeing excitement for tonight? Anywhere that you want it to be, depending upon what weather you find exciting. If heat is your thing, Texas, the deep south, it is always hot there. It's always humid. If that's not your thing, go up north, probably going to be a little bit chillier. Hey, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. All right, let's take a little bit of a look here. So again, keep an eye on our storms here as they track their way across parts of southern Kansas. Again, not seeing any reports quite yet. Doesn't mean that nothing has happened. It's just, again, kind of a rural area that we're tracking, that we're starting to see to. Hey, still getting some 1-inch size hail reports all the way up around Ellsworth, Kansas. How about that, huh? Even though it's kind of forming itself into a little bit of a line, it's still capable of producing some hail. And I'll tell you what, I'm very curious as to what's going to happen as this begins to move its way towards Salina. Again, we are still having a pretty decent signature here. There may be some at least 1-inch size hail up around Culver, heading back down towards Brookville. Little bit of some notches there. Let's see here if we can't maybe get a little bit of a look here if there's anything going on with the velocities. Certainly a lot of lightning with this storm to be expected. I would hope a thunderstorm would have lightning, otherwise it wouldn't be a thunderstorm. It would just be a rainstorm, which technically a thunderstorm is also a rainstorm. It's like you can call a jet a plane, but you can't call a plane a jet. All right, let's take a look here now. This thing, like I said, is getting ready to make its way into the Salina area. Probably going to have a little bit in the way of some hail with it. Let's see if we can't pull up our VILs one more time. This is the radar measuring the amount of liquid within a particular column of air. And it's still pretty decently high, just outside of Salina. So my guess is here's probably still some embedded 1-inch size hail. It is 85 degrees right now in Salina with a dew point of about 60 degrees. Winds are coming in from the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. And we're going to see here just how much this temperature is going to drop, because a little further off towards the west, where that storm line has already been, temperatures have dropped off a little bit, giving us some rain-cooled air that might try to stabilize things here for a little bit. We'll see, though, if we get any activity trying to maybe fire up around the Goodland area. But I think for the most part, this is where most of the activity is going to be as we go through the evening hours. Makes enough sense, right? Obviously, that's the area we've been talking about. All right, so now we wait as this thing approaches Kansas. Let's see here if we can't maybe get a look here at some cameras. Let's see what Kansas's Department of Transportation has in the way of maybe some road cameras, if they happen to have any. We'll see here. Give me a second. I'm operating by myself, as you can tell. Chris will be back. Don't worry. You won't have to listen to me the whole time. But for now, that's about it. All right, let's see if we can't get a nice view. Ooh, here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to flip this up here for you so that you can see it, and you don't have to keep listening to me. All right, let's go ahead here. I'm going to switch the good old screen here. I'm going to take a look at that storm that's beginning to work its way into the Salina area. Let's take a look. Here we go. All right, there we go. We're looking at I-135 near Centennial Road. Little lightning flashes there. Oh, yeah. All righty. So, starting to see kind of a good little picture here. Again, there's our storm. Let's see here. I'll take a look at the radar here. Yeah, we are looking just outside of that storm. Let's get our bearing straight here for those of you wondering. This right here is where we're look. Ooh, that's the wrong radar image. Give me a quick second here. Let me actually get the right radar up here. That's an old image. Sorry, everybody. Let's take a look here. There we go. All right, so that particular image that we just had up was from right here. So we're looking just to the south of it there. There you go. Sometimes in Kansas. I do know that I always enjoy it. All right. Let's take a look at another camera. If we can't get one. Let's see here. Oh, who else do we got up around the area? Don't need that tab open anymore. I definitely don't need that tab open anymore. Let's see what else we can't find. Let's see if we can get one that is going to be right over Salina. Alrighty, we got another one here. Get that loaded. And let's take a look. Let's take a look at some fun camera shots. So we got two cameras right up around Salina area. Obviously, there's the one. Let's see here if we can't maybe pull up the other one. This one is going to be right where I-70 meets up with I-135 here. Let's see if we can't get this thing. There we go. This will give us a pretty decent a view. Absolutely. And while we are taking a look at this, I am going to mute my camera. Not mute my camera, but pause my camera here really quickly. But don't worry, I'm still here on video. You all can still hear me. All right, there's the rain. Let's see what we get with this bad boy here. It's like watching the movie, huh? So we got all this traffic. You can see the rain coming down. Just right at that intersection there where I-35 meets I-135 meets I-70 there. So you're looking right there, right at the junction of those two interstates. Whoops. There we go. Oh, hey, look, they got hail. Hey, that's pretty cool. Still hailing, I guess. That. That's pretty neat. Certainly is windy there. The camera's shaking a little bit. Look at that. Boy, too bad this thing doesn't have volume with it, though I would imagine that it'd probably be very, very, very loud. Certainly is some lightning there. Ooh, that camera is moving. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Oh, well, that is neato. Like I said, this is coming from the Kansas Department of Transportation, the KM Drive. This is where I-70 meets at I-35. Wow, look at how dark that just got all of a sudden. Look at that. It's still hailing there a little bit too. They're certainly getting some gusty winds. That one vehicle there on the highway is certainly slowed down. Hey, look at that. So yeah, it certainly is a little bit of a breezy time up there. Boy, how interesting would that be if the camera fell off? That'd be an interesting shot. I mean, you know, honestly, it looks like the visibility has really dropped down there on the interstate. I mean, the vehicles really slowed down. It looks like one is at least kind of completely stopped there. So certainly is a heavy downpour, and that's what we were expecting. We're looking at those radar returns. Uh, Obviously, oh yeah, this thing is pretty much right over here, right over the main part of the storm here. Wow, if I could form a sentence, that would be really good, don't you think? All right, let's try this again. The main part of the storm, as I already begin to stumble, is pretty much going to be passing just slightly north of this location. Regardless, though, this is still in an area of very heavy precipitation, and as you can see, some hail. So this is the area that we are predominantly kind of keeping a little bit of an eye on here. Oh, come on, baby, don't freeze on me now. Yeah, look at that. That visibility has dropped so much. Like I said, we were just looking at this a few moments ago, and it was a bit clearer. But now it looks like uh, boy, I feel like I'm like narrating the obvious, don't you think? That's pretty. It is pretty neat, though. I mean, and there's like I said, there's certainly quite a bit of hail falling here. Looks to be maybe about 1 inch size hail, but then again, I'm having a hard time being able to reference things. Uh, Everyone has just kind of assumed that I would imagine here the visibility is very, very low. Well, duh, I don't have to imagine it. We're looking at it. The visibility here is very, very low. Uh, yeah, that is really cool. That's a great shot. And like I said, it is windy there and everything. I'm taking a look at this here on my radar over here on my end, and yeah, it's coming. Like I said, so this area is right where this camera is. Said the heaviest precipitation of the storm is just north of this location. However, uh, the winds are probably a little bit higher in this section than a little bit further up towards the north. Now, with that being said, this thing is being warned for about, let's take a look here, good 70-mile-an-hour winds. So We'll keep an eye on it here. Let's see here. Let's take it back. Let's go back. How about that? Back that up here a little bit. Oh, that's a great shot. Look at that. They got grass in Kansas. Who would have thought? What I am curious about is why all of a sudden everybody has become very attached to the overpass here. All right, let's take a look here. Next camera. Oh, this is far away from the activity, as you can tell. Alrighty. We'll stick with this shot a few more moments here. As it does appear that the winds still breezy there. Yeah, we're still shaking a little bit. Oh yeah. Oh, a little bit of ponding on the road too. See, this is something that I would intend. This is something that I would intentionally drive through. For those of you who've seen my live streams before, or who've seen our severe weather coverage before, you'll know that I enjoy driving through this. All right, looks like the heaviest of the rain is beginning to pass its way through now here, and looks like we're just back to some rain. It does appear that traffic is starting to move again, so that's pretty interesting, though, as to wow, look at that. Yeah, there's some ponding there on the roadways. Still getting some hail there, though. Still getting a little bit of hail. Alrighty. So, that was fun. Huh? Yeah. That, always interesting to see those. And like I said, that was pretty much right up at the like I said, the heavier precipitation was just a little bit north of this, but as far as being, kind of right the middle part of the storm here, that's about as middle as you were going to get it. Oh, come on, don't quit on me now, video. Come on, you've been doing us so good. It's been doing us so good. So good. That now it decides it wants to freeze. What a shame. We certainly had fun with that video, though. That's some good stuff. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look back at our radar. Oh, wow. That just round two, I guess, just showed up. Is that? Oh, no. Oh, interesting. So, yeah. So, there's our shot here. Let's reload it one more time. See how we're doing. And we'll take another look back at the radar, huh? I'm still here. Alrighty, there we go. So everybody's still moving along pretty slowly, as it is still a bit breezy there with a little bit of hail, but that appears to be about it for the moment. Visibility certainly not quite as reduced as it was a little bit ago. Feel like there's something off camera that we're not able to see. That might be something that we would want to see, but unfortunately, I do not control the camera. All right. We're going to flip back over to the radar. And we're going to take a little bit of a look at that radar imagery. How about it? All right. So what we were just watching was pretty much this section right here. All right. Here's kind of that main gusty part of the storm, which again pretty much passed right through this area. And then, of course, here's the northern portion of the storm where some of that heavier precipitation was. We're looking at the Wichita radar here. What we had the honor of seeing was this portion of thunderstorm. Now, I do actually think we have, I think we had another shot for here. Let me see. I can't get second here. See if we can't maybe get this section up a little bit. I want to take a look to see how this area or how this portion here is going. We take a little more of it now. Again, that would be the I-130 south here. Look at that. It's okay. That's pretty cool. I certainly. And here. We are expecting to be kind of storm. We were watching the cameras that we were watching was Salina, Kansas area, the one that we just had here. So again, earlier, must be there. This also talk about it a little bit. Uh, it is being a bit these laws. Now, the But unfortunately, we're looking east in this situation. Should still be within a decent distance. Give me a quick second here as I readjust everything on my end. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, so this is pretty much right in the path of our, where we're expecting those really strong winds to be here. So again, we're looking at the Mullinville area. We are just out ahead of Greensburg, Kansas here. So this is going to be on US 54. Give me a quick second here, because on my end, I work to a little bit of a look here. So this is going to give us a pretty good indication here as to with what we're seeing on the radar imagery. Like I said, unfortunately, we're looking eastward, so the storm is behind us in this camera shot. But we should still get, maybe a little bit of a view here of some of the winds here. In fact, while we're doing that, I want to see if I can't maybe pull up. If we got, is there another camera angle? Here we go too. This will be another good one. This one's going to be a little bit further to the east. So we got a couple of good camera angles to look at here that we are going to look at. Give me a quick second here. So we have this one, which again was just a little bit past Greensburg, and now we are going to take a look at this one, which also happens to be a little bit further to the west. Unfortunately, this one is also facing eastwards. Whatever. I guess that's what we're going to have to deal with. So it's not looking directly at the storm, but as soon as this thing loads here, we should hopefully have a little bit of a view here of the storm. So again, this area, as mentioned, is kind of where we're expecting, these potentially upwards of about 80-mile-an-hour winds to be at here pretty soon. Again, right now, at this location, this is Greensburg, Kansas, still a little bit out ahead of the storm. But then, as mentioned, we also had we had another camera shot that was a little bit further off towards the west, or a little bit further to the west here. I believe it's going to be this one. And we were looking to see if perhaps, we would be able to get a view of it here as it loads again. Well, certainly is raining there. Kind of neat, actually. So this is Mullinville here. So this is pretty much right around where we're expecting some of those, particularly kind of gusty winds here. Again, we've been watching as a whole line has kind of began to get itself a little bit better organized. So yeah, we're just continuing to watch. This line makes its way through mainly rural Kansas. Again, not the best camera angle, unfortunately. But let's see here. As this thing gets ready to come up on Greensburg, Kansas here in a few moments. We do have another camera angle that is there too. So we'll take a little bit of a look at that as it gets a bit closer. But for now, we are looking just a little bit to the west of Greensburg, Kansas. And just kind of keep an eye a little bit on this storm here, see how it's, see how everything is doing with it. In fact, what we're going to do here is... So, a couple things here. Let's go ahead and do a quick... That's not the right radar. Give me a second. I gotta readjust everything. Like I said, I'm doing this solo at the moment, so we gotta go ahead and flip the radar up here. There we go. All right, so let's take a look at our situation. We got that first line up here on Ellsworth back to Salina and just past Junction City there. And then we have this section, which is, again, continuing to get itself organized. We're still waiting to see a little bit of a fill-in happen up here. Regardless, this particular section right here around Greensburg, again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, and they are tagging it with a damage threat of destructive, given the fact that it has 80-mile-per-hour winds with it. It's going to be coming right up on Greensburg here for the next few moments. This is the section right here that we're really, really, really kind of watching here with those gusty winds. If we flip on the velocity radar imagery, we could definitely see that those gusty winds are indeed at least being picked up on the radar, given by these very bright yellow colors that you see there kind of bursting its way through. All right, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a look back over at... let's see. I want to flip over to the Greensburg, Kansas camera that we got up, and we're going to take a little bit of a look at Greensburg, Kansas here as those gusty winds really begin to kind of push their way in here. So again, it looks like it's just starting to arrive there. And we'll keep an eye on these trees here and everything, and we'll see how this guy kind of holds up a little bit. Starting to get some hail there. Oh, yes, it is a windy one over in Greensburg, Kansas. Yeah, so as mentioned, this is kind of the area that we're watching a bit here. Again, mainly straight line winds. That's kind of the main thing here with these storms today, or at least as we go through the next couple of hours, is going to be, as mentioned, the straight line wind type of setup. So again, what we're looking at here is we are just west of, actually, we're pretty much right at Greensburg, Kansas here. And oops, we're taking a little bit of a look here. What we're waiting to see here is this is an area. Chris, you're back.
Yeah. What happened to your video?
Oh, I'm still there. I just turned it off for a minute. Save some bandwidth as we show these CanDrive cameras here. We're looking at Greensburg, Kansas. Yeah, and waiting to see some of the gusty winds on it.
Oh, that thing turned up. Cool. So we got that. Greensburg is it's north of Pratt, right? Oh, there it is. No, it's on 54. Okay, it's right in Greensburg. Cool.
Yep, they're tagging it 80-mile-an-hour winds. It looks like, though, the strongest burst of wind is just going to be north of Greensburg by a smidge.
Yeah. Okay, I see it. Kind of right north of the highway to north. Just kind of run north of the highway there. So that line looks like it's come from Larned all the way to Coldwater, Ashland to the state line. And that down there in Texas, or is that Oklahoma? Elk City's Oklahoma. Okay.
Yeah, it really filled in the little while about the hour that you were gone. We were watching it, and it just really kind of fired itself up.
Well, that's kind of what we were talking about. So it's 80 mile an hour on that point.
Yeah.
So what are we? I wonder what. So 60 to 80, probably along that front line.
Oh yeah. Yeah, especially where it's bowing out there north of Greensburg.
Yeah, that's where it's got a big old arrowhead right there.
We were watching it. It was moving through Salina earlier. About 1.5 size inch hail in some of the reports that I saw.
Holy smokes, it's humid.
Right?
We got Lincoln. That's all the tornadoes. Hail. Salina, 1.5 inch, 75. Golf ball size hail on X. Ping pong size hail in Salina.
Quite the activity.
Yeah, we don't have any 4-inchers yet. Got 3-incher, I see.
Oh, give it time. Let's see here. We have any cameras further north? Unfortunately, we don't.
Oh yeah, getting on KDOT.
Yeah.
Is there any spotters in there? Or chasers?
There's some on the southern part of the storm. Yeah, when we were watching it, was going through Salina. It was pretty impressive.
Tornado one. Tornado
Oh,
one.
for who?
Elk City, Oklahoma.
Oh,
Radar indicated.
yeah.
So Elk City would be, which county is that? That is tornado warning for southeastern Roger Hills County and west central Custer until 7. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes 4 miles northwest of Strong City. Moving southeast at 40. Tornado, tennis ball size hail, radar indicated. Hammond, Strong City, and Roll, Oklahoma.
Well, it certainly looks pretty good there on the velocities.
And there are spotters down there, or chasers. Spotters, chasers.
Both. Spacers. Spacers.
If you're in the patch, like they could easily like come out of the rain. Like that's what I'm saying.
Hey.
Which is why I like our position here, and I'll probably stay on the north road.
That
That goes towards.
I think they're seeing one in that one camera. Timmy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. That one
Are
guy.
you?
Yep. The guy, he was. It looked like there might be a funnel in there.
You able to put his video up?
Yeah.
But see this tail cloud on the right side? The horseshoe is going to be like right to the left of that tail cloud, getting that mass. So, I mean,
It's hard to see though.
I almost want to shoot west,
yeah,
but I don't want to like drive into an occlusion.
no. It's becoming less rain around now. Oh my gosh, you can see it so much better through the camera. Look how turquoise it is too up there.
Oh dang, man.
That turquoise color showing up good.
Can't see.
Oh, look at that. 1
See
tail
it?
cloud, 2 tail cloud, 3,
Yeah.
like on the right side.
Yeah.
3 tail clouds.
That's down in Oklahoma.
Classic force convection look. I mean, I don't really get better.
It's just that mass, dude.
Yeah, Landon's saying that the photographs are about to get a lot larger. So,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But if it's an HB mess, it doesn't do me any good.
y'all got some rotation on the right
Well,
side.
I had like
So what do you think?
It's definitely rotating. Hard to see though if it's rain wrapped.
Yeah, that's just it. You see that hail core pretty good.
Yeah, that thing's wrapping right around. Quite the active weather day. Is that? You can't tell if that's dust being kicked up there at the bottom. No, it looks like it's fading away. Oh boy, yeah, I don't. I like the sign down there. Safety first. Fitting, huh?
That is pretty good, isn't it?
Safety first is you're gonna watch those tornadoes. Just make sure you don't touch the wires. I'm just on my end here. I'm just taking a look at some more of those cameras. Everything appears to still be intact.
They're moving.
Why are they moving?
And right here on this right side. It's crazy.
tornado's definitely buried. Right?
Yeah, so you gotta imagine, like, I almost can see, like, I almost think I can see some more scud on the right edge of that rain curtain. See it?
Yeah.
Like, in the distance?
Yeah.
So I almost wondered.
What are you almost wondering, good sir?
I wonder if that's it right there.
What?
Right in front of us.
Right in front of us?
Maybe it's on the camera. Or just to the naked eye even. Yeah. I wonder if that's trying to do it right there.
I mean, it's been trying for a few minutes now.
Yeah. I almost wonder if that's it.
Andrew Griffiths says we captured a tornado just now. It hits the contrast. That's what he said.
Just now?
Yeah, that's what he's texting me. So I don't know. That's what he says. He said with the enhanced contrast, we captured a tornado.
Well, feel free to send me that, Andrew.
Yeah, hey, Andrew, go send us a screenshot.
I mean, can't see anything in there.
Very difficult to see.
Out of here. This thing's scary.
That's not scary.
Bro, who knows? If there's a tornado in there, we have no idea.
Yeah.
And then it goes north. We're not.
So if
We're
we go
on the worst possible
if we go
spot.
due south, we're like kind of in a tough spot too.
Yeah, I know.
As long as our roads are paved and we don't get stuck in the mud.
Right.
Chasing
This
my
road is
little
paved.
Nissan. I don't even know what I do.
Like, we're good. We're definitely good right
right
here.
now. Yeah, I know.
But I just want to let
There's a new area of rotation forming just out ahead of it.
Seeing rain shaft.
even
Probably what they're seeing.
If we don't move, we're
So there's one that's probably the rain wrapped. They maybe a new area of rotation forming just out ahead of that. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, good shot.
Very. And there's a whole line of them, Chris. There's a whole line of them. It stretches all down that highway. Everyone are racing.
Oh, you mean the chasers?
Yeah.
They're texting each other.
So while we have that up, I do want to point out that the severe thunderstorm warning in it's just now got past Greensburg. It's making it so the section of the storm is now approaching the Pratt area. Still a little bit far away, but they've now upped the wind estimate to about 90 miles an hour for that whole central port there of that line. So what we were looking at before Chris brought up this video here of this possible tornado down in Oklahoma, we were also taking a look at that rotation from the Kansas Department of Transportation's cameras. We were kind of following along
and just kind of keeping an eye on some of those storms there. Well, as we kind of just continue to just keep an eye on the. Wow, I don't know where I was going with that. Let me try that again. The storms that we were watching on the camera a little bit ago, out around Kansas. Again, the part that went through the Greensburg area, now estimating that to be up to about 90-mile-an-hour sustained winds. So what I'm going to do here really quickly, Chris, is I'm going to steal your camera for just a quick moment. And I just want to throw up the, while they're, I guess, readjusting on their end, we'll go ahead. I just want to put up the cameras up around the, we're looking at Pratt, Kansas. This is west of that line, but this line is moving pretty decently now. Still a little bit of a ways away, but we'll see if it holds up. Again, this whole area, that's severe thunderstorm warning that includes St. John, Pratt, all the way back up to Hudson, and places just including Haviland. About 90-mile-an-hour winds could be embedded within parts of that thunderstorm. So keep an eye on that. Maybe this camera will give us a good shot in a little bit. But that being said, look at that beauty down there in Oklahoma, huh?
I don't know.
Is there anyone else down on that thing?
There's one right here.
Oh, hey, it's a person.
It's two hills in the way.
Come on, plants, move it. You're blocking the view, plants. Did that help?
Nope.
Aw.
These guys are right in it.
Well, they probably don't have a good view then.
No.
I see rain. Oh, that's the one we were just watching.
Yeah. Just two of them.
That's it, huh?
Yep. Wait a little bit, see where those guys reposition themselves. This person's actually in the right spot, I think.
The plants are in the way.
Whoops. Lost my radar.
Hey,
Clicked the wrong dang button.
darn it, Chris, you're going to mess up the space-time continuum. We don't want that to happen again. So what happened last time we did that?
Yes.
We went 2001 Space Odyssey up in here.
We went Back to the Future.
And that. Well, I guess why I got my radar up while you try to fix yours. So here's the section of the storm again, this whole area. Particularly this section right here. Again, coming up on Pratt, we were just taking a look at that camera a bit ago. Still has a little ways to go, but that severe thunderstorm warning, 90-mile-an-hour winds. They are labeling this as a destructive storm. It's a relatively new thing they started doing. The severe thunderstorm warnings is putting those damage threats on them. Because why not? This thing is moving to the east at about 65 miles an hour. So if we were to go ahead and put a little bit of a time track on that and try to bring it up towards the Pratt area, those strong winds could be coming up on you guys here in about 15 minutes or so. So we'll keep an eye on that. Severe thunderstorm watch, again, remains in effect. Obviously, this is a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, as very strong winds are going to be likely in this area leading all the way up to Wichita. I think eventually we'll have to start talking about Wichita a little bit further downstream, but for right now, it is mainly just kind of the rural area in between Dodge City and Wichita.
What do we got? on that stuff back up by Salina.
Mainly hail reports. Those ones are being warned for 100-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Coming right up on Abilene. So as a matter of fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to see if I can't sneak a camera from Abilene. So if you want to give me just a moment here.
Okay.
Let's see if we can't find something from
So
up around that area.
So they're saying 100 mile an hour on that bow.
Yes.
Wow.
We're going to have a good view of it here in just a quick second here. I'm going to show one of the cameras. This is going to be I-70 at Abilene. Oh, bugger. Hold on. Sorry about that. You still hear me?
Yep. I'm sitting here looking at it.
Right.
It's like,
Give me a quick second here. I got to flip my screens.
so that's a lot of rain. Big thunderstorm.
It is a big thunderstorm.
That's that area that the QPFs were showing 4+ inches of rain this week. We're gonna get half of it for sure here.
Well, yeah, they're going to be getting some of it.
It just
Alrighty, sorry about that. Give me
it just extended all them warnings out. Let me look at mine. If I hit mine, so we got warnings. Guess I can talk about those.
yeah, I gotta readjust stuff on my end here really quickly.
So the warnings on those storms that we're now moving into Abilene have extended out past Chapman and Woodbine all the way down towards the Harrington area. So that warning box now is in effect for 34 minutes. So that'll be until 7 o'clock. Damage threat is considerable. They got 70 mile an hour wind and ping pong ball size hail on that. And the areas that'll be moving through will be start right now. It's 5 miles southwest of Abilene to near Carlton, moving east at 25 miles per hour. 70 mile an hour wind gusts, ping pong ball size hail. With Abilene, Chapman, Solomon, Enterprise, Hope, Woodbine, Manchester, Carlton, Moonlight, and Talmadge. Moonlight's where they had the tornado here, not in one of these storms that we were doing. It's back, radar indicated. So we got that extended out for another 30 minutes. It's moving pretty quick, so that's a lot of ground. It'll be covering the next 30 minutes all the way from Abilene to the Moonlight area, Chapman, Woodbine, and then nearing Harrington there.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the warning on my end. 90 mile an hour winds. So we got the I-70 Abilene exit camera up at the moment. You can go ahead and switch it if you want, but I think that'll probably be potentially a very good view here in a few moments to give us a good idea of that's going to be coming right up on that's right in the midst of that warning there.
Okay, so that's right at the Abilene exit. Okay, so we can.
Yep. It's looking east though, so the storm is behind the camera shot. But we got a few trees though, so hopefully here we'll get a potentially a pretty decent view here in just a bit. Who joined?
Okay, so Abilene exit would be right there.
Abilene, Kansas. Not to be confused with Abilene, Texas.
And you know what Abilene's known for?
Abilene, Texas or Kansas?
Kansas.
Barbecue?
Home of Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Oh, wow! That was way off.
Yep, that's our.
Wow,
He built highway. He built I-70.
that's right. He did. He learned it from the Germans.
Yep. A lot of that, the contract of that came from Lenora, Kansas. It was Dane G. Hansen was in the highway business before he got into the oil business, and they kind of worked a deal to put pavement out there on the when they built the highway. So that Dane G. Hansen Foundation covers from Salina, the northern 2/3 of Kansas, all the way to the Colorado border, and they got community foundations in each county that they disperse all that money, and it's lots of money. But it started with paving, getting the bid on this. Well, actually, they started in the pioneer days with a wood mill, flour mill, wood mill, mercantile store, and then went into pavement and then into oil.
Did not know that. That's actually pretty cool.
Yep, that's a big chunk of our history of the state. And I-70, that was a big project.
Well, the whole interstate project was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I imagine for Kansas, I-70, yeah. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. I like history, so I always enjoy learning history. I'm just trying to see here.
The cow trails
This-
neat too.
Cow trails or chemtrails?
The cattle trails when they heard of
Oh, cattle trails, yes.
Dodge City to Abilene and all the Wild West, and the gunfighters started there and then went west.
Well, what was it? Bleeding Kansas.
Yep.
So, I noticed that within that warning, there's a second warning that includes Abilene itself.
Yep.
And that one, they have lowered it down to 80-mile-an-hour winds. But still very gusty. I haven't seen any wind damage reports yet. On my end. And how's that guy down in Oklahoma doing? It still looks like it's there on the radar. Has that guy got anything new? I mean, that storm looks pretty good. A little lopsided, but pretty good.
It's not a good radar shot.
None of them are. It's right in that zone. There's not even a little, or there's not even a. Not even like a local radar there.
Got in between all three of them.
That's not good.
Nope. See what these guys got going. Rain.
Or hail.
Not a lot. Just looking at her here on the. Don't have a real good shot. That's probably just as good. Is that still radar indicated? Tennis ball hail, 2.5 inches. And Greensburg, anything get that camera through Greensburg?
No. Well, so I got the camera up for Pratt's here. I'll show really quickly. This is an area, the winds, they've actually upped the wind estimate to about 90 miles an hour for this coming up, for this section of the storm coming right up on Collison now. It's right over Haviland. And it should be making its way into Pratt here very shortly. Again, you can see the lightning flashing back here. You're looking at, this is US 54 looking west, so we're actually looking into the storm in this one. So again, you can see some of the lightning flashes that are there. This, like I said, though, is the only shot that I could find, at least immediately ahead of the storm. But it should be a pretty good one. And of course, we still have our shot down in Abilene. Just started raining there, but at the moment, so it just started raining there. But I'll reload it here really quickly. It does look like the winds have kind of gone down a little bit with that storm.
86 degrees.
Oh
86,
boy!
86 in Pratt, 91 Ashland. I think that's what that is. And back in Dodge City at 69.
Wow. Well, that's some rain-cooled air for you.
Yepers.
What's the dew points? Do those go down any?
67, 69, and then 50, 54 in the rain cooled.
It looks like to me that our camera shot here, that gusty wind is just now making its way into Abilene. So our shot here should start to get windy here in just a few moments. At least that's what we would expect.
Watch those trees.
That's exactly what I'm waiting to see. RV a lone vehicle.
So, Abilene, we don't have 84 out ahead. Hot and humid down there.
Honestly, I can only imagine based on what the charts are showing today. It was only in the 90s, wasn't it, across some parts of southern Kansas this afternoon?
Yeah, got in the low 90s along the border there.
It's only May.
Actually, I'm still showing a 90 out in Colorado at Lamar. 39 dew point.
That doesn't sound any better. That sounds worse.
Texas Panhandle, 93, 29, 92, 29. Dumas and Dalhart.
And there may be a little pocket of rotation that just kind of popped up just south of Abilene on that line. No warning on it yet, but a little bit of a notch. Kind of trying to pop up a little bit, but no warning on that at this moment. Oh, quite the event.
Yes, this turned out to be. We kind of thought it would, with the, we were before we came on the air, we were going to wonder why it's not a tornado, watch, and we think did a good job explaining that, and it's kind of doing exactly what we thought it would.
Yeah,
Looks like we
it's not.
got a warning back in my neck of the woods.
Oh yeah, I saw that one. Oh, did they reissue it?
No, back in Oakley, or was there one there? It's actually going to
There
rain
was
here.
one just. Oh, there was one earlier. Oh, that's a new one. Okay,
So
you
these
should go out
are.
and get a picture.
Well, I'll just so back in Oakley or in Logan County, 2 thunderstorms have popped up in the we got 1 thunderstorm that's to the south and west of Oakley in Winona area. That's got a severe thunderstorm warning on it between Colby and Oakley for 35 minutes is where it's heading towards. Let me read it real quick. It's a severe thunderstorm warning till 6:36 at 6:36 p.m. till 7:15. Severe thunderstorm was located near Winona, 23 miles south of Brewster, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and it'll be in the Winona area at 6:40. And then I-70 for a mile marker 68 to 75 towards the end of that warning there around 7 o'clock. So it's going to go from Winona to the interstate between Colby and Oakley around 7 with 60 mile an hour and quarter-size hail. There's another cell that now got a warning on it on I-70 from Brewster to the west of Colby, probably that for another 50 minutes. So it'll be going to the top of the hour as well. Severe thunderstorm in western Thomas County, east central Sherman County, 5:38. A severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles southwest of Brewster, moving east at 20, 60-mile-an-hour wind and quarter-size hail. Train spotters at 5:40 found reported quarter-size hail 3 miles east of Edson. So we got quarter-size hail and those 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This will be I-70 between mile markers 27 and 45. 53 is the Colby exit. So this is all west of Colby here for the next 50 minutes. So we got 2 warnings back in northwest Kansas that saw some rain overnight.
But you guys could use the rain.
Yes, we'll take the rain.
Yeah, we're looking at the Pratt camera. Again, we're right off US 54 here. Well, it should be hitting it here pretty shortly. We'll get a pretty good idea. Again, this section here being warned for 90-mile-an-hour winds. I haven't seen any wind damage reports behind it. I don't know if you've seen any. Let me double check before I go further with that statement really fast here. But yeah, I have not seen any wind damage reports yet from around that area here. Got to reload the old camera here, but hey, it looks wet there. It's raining in Pratt. We know that part of the radar is working.
Are those trees doing anything?
Let me check how they're doing down there. Let's take a look. The trees appear to still be there. The portion did not seem to materialize. But we'll see here as it comes through Abilene. Of course, there's no trees in this shot. There is a sign, though. Oh, yeah, look at that wind coming in. That's a windy one for sure. Looking at we're looking at one of the Kansas Department of Transportation cameras. This is on US 54, right by Pratt. So what we're looking at here is some very, very gusty winds within the storm line.
So we got lots of area to cover here. I'm going to go back down to Oklahoma. Looks like they extended that warning out ahead. So we still got a tornado warning going down there. Now includes areas out ahead. This is East Central Roger Hills County, Western Custer County, till 7:15. 6:36, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 4 miles southwest of Moorhead, moving east at 30. Tornado and tennis ball size hail. Radar indicated rotation. Looks like it'll be moving through Hammond, Butler, Foss Reservoir, Moorhead, and Stafford. Maximum hail size 2.5 inches. And it's
So that was
hard to see.
Flip up your radar here really quickly. Well, that looks pretty.
So this area right in here, we're kind of watching these guys are, again, it's rain wrapped pretty tight. That's a pretty good looking.
I'd be shocked if there wasn't. It's just,
Especially in the next 8 hours.
how bad do you really want to see him? My plan is to get to Butler.
We have so much time. Wow, look at those inflow.
I want to get to Butler and then hopefully it dives south and we can play in the notch again.
Butler. Really? Okay.
Yeah, that's my plan if you're coming. You're cool then.
Yeah. I don't care.
Got some big inflow dust here. Might be a North Road and Butler too. That can make it a
Just
little
gotta
easier.
decide if like if whatever tornado we even possibly see is worth the window.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, we have defense, so.
Right now, the structure view is more important.
Makes me so sad to see stuff go up on the dry line and never take advantage of the 4,000 K. You get these inflow winds just streaming and like kicking up dust.
What's that? An armadillo?
No,
It's like a ground.
Oh no, not the armadillos.
Big wind blowing across the road here.
there we go.
Let the dust whip.
The dust never shows up on camera that well compared to the,
Right.
wow, look at that structure behind us.
Yeah, I know. It looks great on the GoPro.
Awesome.
Even with the tinted window, it looks good.
Late May, Oklahoma, mothership. I mean,
What better place to be, Chad?
there's no complaints here.
Name a better place to be. I'll wait.
Boo. Kansas.
No.
You're not. That short is probably gonna like keep you alive.
That'd be an intense intercept.
Imagine chasing that without a back camera. That'd be rough.
Yeah. As we get further away, guys, the structure's getting better and better on the GoPro. I'm not going to go too further before we'll reposition 5 miles.
Backside is just like getting messy.
The one thing I'm starting to wonder, Chris, as we take a look at the radar, I'm starting to wonder too if there might be a little bit of a flash flooding thing going on up around the I-70 area, just given the way some of those storms are tracking.
It's getting a hail spike on it. Look.
Oh, yeah. It's
Yeah.
the spike, Chad.
They're is my radar the one that's up?
Yep.
So it is. That bow's probably getting. It's wrapping pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Look at this thing. It goes, wow, it's perfect. This is if you're looking at a weather map and you see it drawn, your warm front, dry line. Look at this thing.
I think it's charging.
It is going. So
Let's
are
see
these
here.
still 80, 70,
70.
60, 70, 70,
There is a nice burst right outside of Woodbine.
80.
That's starting to look a little. It might have some pockets of maybe let me double check here. Yeah, no, I guess around 70.
So again, we got new activity out west. See what that's doing here. That's closer to me. So we've had storms out here overnight and late yesterday evening. None of them were really severe, but we got some decent rain we showed earlier. So we got 1, 2, 3 cells, 4 cells popping up, and more up in the St. Francis area. So looks like we're going to have storms out here in northwest Kansas with 60-mile-an-hour winds and potential for quarter-size hail, 1-inch hail. New storms are forming in the Bird City area, and we got storms north of Brewster, south of Brewster, Winona area, and all kind of merging there between on I-70 between Brewster, Colby, and Oakley here around the 7 o'clock hour. So if you're on I-70, mile markers 23 to 43, and then 50, I think it was 54 to Oakley there, the 72, I believe it is. We got the potential for those 60-mile-an-hour winds and the quarter-size hail. And this batch now forming in Bird City could trigger a warning for Rawlins County, which is our home county here in Atwood, here shortly. So we'll keep an eye on that, see if the radio stations call or not. But if you're listening back here in northwest Kansas, we've been watching this stuff. Severe weather threat that we've been covering here, Timmy Albertson and myself. Looks like we're going to see another round of showers and storms this evening out here in the northwest part.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. This activity across the eastern part of the state, as I was talking about earlier, will probably continue for another couple of hours before we might start seeing it kind of tapering down a little bit during the overnight. But I do think that there'll at least be still some shower and thunderstorm activity around the Kansas City area as we go into the late night hours, even though it might not be quite as strong as what we're seeing right now. That was all I had to add on my end. I'm just still checking up on those Kansas cameras here.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick peek at some of the model data and see what this stuff out west looks like it might do.
Absolutely, I will share my screen here so we can take a look at another one of those road cameras. We're looking a little bit past Abilene now. We're up near I-70, further to the west, or sorry, further to the east, around a town called Chapman. This is an area, again, under that severe thunderstorm warning. It's part of that same line that we were watching just a little bit ago as it was making its way through Abilene here. A little bit of road construction. Go figure. The storm, we're probably looking right at its direction here, so it'll push its way in. We'll get a little bit of a view of it here. Little bit of a view.
So let's see here. How many warnings we got here? We got them all
A lot.
over. Clay Center, Clay County. We got Junction City, Hoisington, Abilene, McPherson, Lyons County, McPherson County, Ellsworth County, Great Bend, Hutchinson, Reno County, Chapman County, Greensburg is on the backside, Pratt's already passed, St. John. So we got a good chunk of South Central Kansas all the way to Clay Center to the north of I-70 up on 30, up on the north highways. 24, all under severe thunderstorm warnings, 70 to 80 mile an hour, 60 to 80 mile an hour winds on those gust or the bow echoes that extend now through Dickinson County down into McPherson, Lyons County, and then working its way into parts of Kingman County and Reno. So much of South Central Kansas, or all of South Central Kansas, is under a high wind threat and large hail here over the next hour or two. I would include our major, our significant population areas. I'm already through Salina, but now we're talking Salina down 135 and 35, 135 to Wichita and Hutchinson. So folks in those areas need to prepare for wind. Back out to the northwest, we got wind on I-70 of 60 mile an hour and 1 inch hail, pretty much spanning all of I-70 now from Oakley through Colby and Brewster. More activity developing in eastern Cheyenne County, and then another line back in northern Yuma County, moving past Hyde, which would be the Imperial area here over the next hour. There's no actual warnings out there in Colorado that I see at this point. There was a watch out there, but right now we've got severe storms northwest Kansas, south central Kansas, and eastern Kansas. And then activity back in Oklahoma that still has warning on it.
Now I was just going to add the section that is coming up on the Kingman area. That's still being warned for about 80 mile an hour winds with that storm. It's coming right up on Cunningham actually at the moment, and then it'll be pushing its way into Kingman here. Again, this line moving about 60, 65 miles an hour. It's really picked up quite a bit of speed. So it won't be long before we get it here on yet another camera. I was flipping through to see what other camera angles we have, and it does appear that we have one up in Kingman, so that'll give us a good view, hopefully here in just a little bit.
So we'll keep an eye on the Kingman camera. That is kind of that area where the highest wind gusts are of 80 mile an hour. We got that southern line. We just read off some of the temperatures there in that area are in the upper 80s and lower 90s. Dew points in the upper 60s to near 70. So we've got, very primed atmosphere there. We got the drier, rain-cooled air coming in behind. And again, that's where we're focusing here with this camera. We got the activity up on I-70. As well as back out west on I-70. So got plenty to talk about. I guess we go ahead.
I was going to say, we're probably going to see the peak of these storm intensities probably still over maybe about the next couple of hours here. There is actually a new severe thunderstorm watch that is up It includes eastern Kansas as well as western Missouri. Let me go ahead here and give me a moment here. I'm going to see if I can't get that watch up here. Give me a second here. I gotta readjust. This is not, though, this new watch is not a PDS watch, but it does kind of go in line here of, what we were kind of saying earlier, and that is, the storm, the peak intensity of the storms is pretty much right about now. This activity will then spread its way towards Kansas City area here late this evening going into the overnight, but it probably won't be as strong when it makes its way through there. And then we'll just kind of see it peter its way through the rest of maybe western Missouri and southeastern Kansas in a slightly weakened state. And then obviously tomorrow we'll see the possibility for some additional storms further up near the Kansas-Nebraska
Joe, it's
border.
Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Yep. Hey, Timmy, I got the radio station here.
That's right. I got you covered.
Okay.
You ready to go?
I'm ready to roll.
This is 106.1 KYBZ. It's Sunday evening. Joe is Rick on the phone with meteorologist Chris Schromick and Decision Weather Now, as well as America's Weather Streaming channel. Chris, a stormy evening, especially to our east, but we have a few thunderstorms that have popped up in the severe category, especially in Thomas, Sherman, and Logan County locally this evening.
Yeah, Joe, we've been covering here on American Weather Streaming channel on the live coverage on Facebook and YouTube since about 3:30 this afternoon. We really have been mostly watching that stuff that developed down there in south central Kansas. The Garden City, Dodge City area is now moving through Keeneman and also in Dickinson County out there to the east of Abilene. We got cameras up on that, and there is some 80-mile-an-hour winds going through there on that front line, and it extends all the way from the Oklahoma border up to Lyons, McPherson, and going through Clay Center. So we're covering almost the entire state of Kansas, 60 to 80-mile-an-hour winds. That was a severe thunderstorm watch, but we have had a tornado that was in the Wilson Lake area and there to the between Russell and Dorrance going to Wilson. Now this activity back is, the sun came out here. We had rain overnight, saw anywhere from around a half inch to 60 hundredths across the county. You got to places in Decatur County, Norton, saw anywhere from an inch and a half upwards to inch and 3/4. Kind of started off the day, rain cooled. This afternoon, the sun popped out. It's humid, and now we got storms firing again. These storms are covering pretty much all the area that's in northern, that Winona area, in northern parts of Logan County. We got interstate pretty much from Brewster to Colby, from Colby to Oakley here at the 7 o'clock hour that could have 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. This cluster of storms is pretty much to the south of Colby in that Winona area, to the southwest of Oakley, moving to the east-northeast at around 25 miles per hour. Then there's another cell in north of Brewster in northwestern Thomas County, and cells to the east between Bird City and McDonald that are developing another line of storms. There is a weather advisory statement that just popped up on that. We're probably looking at 50-mile-an-hour winds. It's in place for another 23 minutes here, and it just popped up. And this is 50 to 55-mile-an-hour wind and nickel-size hail that would be in areas out there along Sherman County in northwestern Kansas, northwestern Thomas, southwestern Rawlins, and moving to the north and east as well. So our listeners in the immediate Atwood area, Colby area, will be in the threat of this potential 50 mile-an-hour wind to 60 nickel to quarter-size hail here over the next hour or two. And it does look like with the movement of these, that would include Atwood, at least Highway 36, and maybe as far north as Beardsley, and maybe 10 miles north of town, the airport, and up north all the way to Colby, to Oakley over the next hour. So we expect these warnings to continue here for an hour or two. And it looks like we'll get some more rain across the tri-state and northwest Kansas area.
Once again, that's acting meteorologist Chris Schromick and Decision Weather Now, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel, KYVC Radio. I'm Joe Missouri. Okay, I'll let you get back to on your stream there. So,
All right, take her easy.
thanks, Chris.
All right, bye-bye.
Alrighty, Chris. Well, you want to just see here if I can't.
Got some flood boxes.
I'm sorry.
Got some flood
for
warning
who?
boxes now.
Yeah, for who?
It looks like I see these green boxes. Let me get on one. Flood radar indicated flash flood.
Oh, yeah.
Northwestern Barton County, Ellsworth, McPherson, big area. So this is Barton County, Ellsworth County, McPherson County, Russell County, and Saline County. 6:58 Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing 2 to 3 inches of rain have already fallen. Additional rain amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in this warned area. So we're looking at totals of 3 to 5 inches of rain in those counties here with flash flooding to begin shortly. This could be life-threatening flash flooding, thunderstorms, which means if you see any water ponding on roads or any of that, please do not drive through. Do not go through barricades, and there could be nearly 2 feet of water that would carry cars away. So turn around, do not go through them. There's a potential that you could drown. So again, this is a flash flood and covering a lot of ground. So this is covering 5 of our larger size counties, which include Barton, Ellsworth, McPherson, Russell, and Saline counties in Kansas here this evening until 11:30 p.m. So now until 11:30, flooding, and best thing is just to stay home. Don't try to drive through any of this, and potential 3 to 5 inches of total rainfall here this afternoon.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I have it up here on the I have it up here on the map. Those counties that you're mentioning, yep, are the ones here in this green color there. So obviously Salina and Russell are included in that flash flood warn area. Wouldn't be surprised maybe if we saw a couple of additional flash flood warnings being thrown up here, maybe in just a little later on. But we've been tracking that line of storms there, and one thing I do want to share here on my end here. Give me a quick second. If I am able to, well, give me a second here. I'll reload stuff here on my end. We do have a few power outages across parts of Kansas right now. Nothing extensive or major, but just want to go ahead and bring those up. Why we got them here. Again, you can see this is a map here of the current power outages, most of them being in Stratford County, where those gusty winds just went through, as well as up in Russell County, where they had some hail earlier on today, as well as maybe a few little Trento reports, I believe, up around that area. Again, not expecting, at the moment, only about 7,800 people without power across the state of Kansas, but we'll keep an eye on that, especially as the storm gets ready to make its way through Reno and Kingman County. Kingman County is an area that we were taking a look at just a little bit ago on one of those cameras from the Kansas Department of Transportation. This is an area that, again, we are expecting to see here pretty soon, to be seeing some very gusty winds here. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead here and flip on their camera. Here we go. This is looking a few moments ago. This is out around the Kingman area on US 54, westbound at mile marker 175. Again, if we took a look at the current radar imagery, that line of storms, the really gusty winds here, upwards of about 80 miles an hour being is kind of what's being expected with this line of storms right now. That's going to push its way through Reno and Kingman County here. Only about a few minutes away from the location of this particular camera.
working on a weather valet update to our customers in Thomas and Rollins County to talk about what I just went on the radio with. So if you're out there listening or watching here on live, the best way to communicate with us about this weather activity that's going on is with our Weather Valet app. Again, if you go to weathervalet.com, sign up and register. We can do forecasts for you in the morning. We've talked about this stuff the last couple of mornings of coming through here today. Again, we were focusing more on south central and eastern parts of the state, but we did have rain overnight, and it looks like we're going to have a few severe storms here this evening and could be active the rest of the week with more rain.
Not only that, but we're also tracking the possibility for some strong storms across the Kansas and Nebraska area again tomorrow, but then even more so tracking the possibility for some strong to severe thunderstorms across parts of maybe the upper Midwest, including Iowa and around where I am in Wisconsin on the day on Tuesday. That event obviously still a little far out to get exact details on it, but will certainly be worth keeping an eye on there. So might be another active kind of another active week or so across parts of the Midwest. Obviously, that time of the year.
Yes, it is. It's going to be an active week. We've seen an active year already. We've been talking about that 4-inch hail. Again today, I haven't seen the 4 inches yet, but we've had 3, and we're kind of maybe losing the heating here the next couple of hours. So maybe 3 might be our max for today. But we still got those. Looks like, watching that last, down there around that Kingman area, that thing looks like it's holding some strength on that bow there. So be interested to see if we get any wind reports out of that when that moves through down there.
Yeah, and you're looking at the camera here, again, right off US 54 at the Kingman exit here, and we should be knowing here in a few moments. Might be a little hard to tell, though. It looks like the trees are just a little too far out, but we'll see. We'll see how these guys hold up here over next few moments. Again, 80-mile-an-hour winds is kind of, I think, what they're expecting, and some of the radar returns that I've been seeing certainly do indicate there's at least, ample pockets of 60 to maybe 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And it has been holding out pretty well, so. And eventually, we'll see if this thing holds up as it makes its way to Wichita. I've got to condense on my screens. So many screens up. Of course, anybody who knows me always knows that I have tons and tons and tons of tabs up. Alrighty, let's see here how our camera is doing. Down around. A second here as I pull up the latest video from Kingman. Should be coming right up on that storm. Should be coming through them right now. And in just a minute, we should have a view on it. Alrighty, let's see how they're doing down around there. Here comes the storm, Chris. Well, those trees are moving.
There we go.
You know, that sign that you see there had a message on it earlier, but it since does not have a message. So I'm wondering.
Is there some power?
That's what I was wondering,
It looks like it's sold.
but I'm not 100% certain because I didn't see anything. I'm not sure where the power for this is connected to. It was a while ago that it lost.
So that line is that front end that's up to the north. Or no, this is that Kingman?
Yeah, this is Kingman. This is US 54 at the
No,
Kingman
that's up on
exit.
I-70. Plus,
No.
so that line now moving through Kingman is working its way into western parts of Hutchinson. Again, that Hutchinson area is under severe thunderstorm warning with potential for 70 mile an hour wind gusts. So it is now moving into Hutchinson as well as McPherson. Then up on the Council Grove area up to the north, and Junction City up on I-70. Looks like we got another flood warning that popped up there north of Abilene and northeastern Dickinson County and parts of Minneapolis County there. So it looks like we got flood warnings that are popping up in those areas. They received that 1 to 3 inches of rain here this afternoon. Could be another couple inches in some of those areas. So if there is any ponding or flash flooding going on that's imminent, please do not cross it with your vehicle. It is a dangerous situation. So we got flash flooding that does extend from the Hoisington area through Wilson, Russell, Ellsworth, Salina, or most just to the south of Salina, Lindsborg area, and now up there to the north of Abilene and in southeastern parts of southeastern in the Minneapolis area. So flood warnings, wind gusts, and large hail now covering a big chunk of Kansas to the east. Back in northwest Kansas, we got strong to severe storms that now have popped up in the Oakley area, Winona area, This batch is to the south of Colby with the severe thunderstorm warning on it, moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. And then we got another area of storms in northwestern Thomas, now into southwestern Rollins County, moving to the east northeast along 36 and south into northern Thomas County. So at least the southern half of Rollins County could see 45 to 55 mile an hour winds, hail of nickel size, and potential for that inch of rain. And again, the other cell that could have 60 mile an hour winds and 1 inch diameter hail is now mostly south of Colby in southern Thomas County and moving into northern parts of Logan County, that Oakley area, Mingo area, to the south of Colby.
Yeah, and as we go back to the kind of the main area storms that we're watching this evening here, this is the radar out of Wichita here, and a little green dot, you might be able to see it. That is where the Wichita radar is, and Wichita, the city itself, is pretty much right behind that. It'd be interesting to watch here as that northern portion of that line that you were just talking about that runs kind of right up with I-70, that kind of tracks a little bit to the east-southeast. It could get very, very stormy over the next hour, just north of Wichita. I'm not sure I can't remember. I don't know the name of that county that is just north of where Wichita is. But that could get pretty rainy pretty quickly. Or, well, in a little bit.
Yeah, so we're looking at that Hutchinson, Park City, Newton area, northern Sedgwick County, Reno County. They're into Newton, McPherson areas. So that'd be areas to the south of this current flood warnings. What would be potential here as we move into the latter parts of the evening. So that would be McPherson, Newton, Park City, Hutchinson, and areas to the north in Kingman County. There could eventually hold itself together here and move through. Looks like we just see a warning pop up for Medicine Lodge, so it's kind of building back to the southwest there of Kingman with a new cell that's popped up. So we'll keep watching that. There is looks like there are some storm chasers kind of congregate in that area, so that's kind of the southern end of that line. So we'll watch that activity to see if it doesn't start circulating and maybe seeing some rotation down there in northeast, to the north of Medicine Lodge and to the southwest or south of Kingman.
Northwest from Medicine Lodge, southwest of Kingman. Sorry, I was just looking it up on my radar here. Yeah, yeah. Where the storm chasers are, though, is that storm that you were looking at down in Oklahoma. They are
a bunch of them down
all
there.
over that storm. Which that still has an active tornado warning with it here, and that is still radar indicated.
Clinton.
With also the possibility of 2-inch hail.
That's now starting to move into the new warning box on that would have Clinton kind of in that track. Finally getting to a town with a little bit of more population than where it's been. So we got activity down there in Oklahoma, and we got some warnings that just popped up down there out ahead of that to the south and west of Oklahoma City. So that activity is now starting to move into areas that will get more significant coverage and interest as it starts nearing western parts of that Oklahoma City area here over the next hour or so. Hey, Joe, it's Chris.
You have time for another quick report?
I can do one real quick. Let me pop up. Got the special weather statement that's in effect for a couple more minutes. Might kind of see what that does, and then we got another warning for.
And this is going to run in a few minutes. I got a syndicated show on at 9, so.
Okay.
it's going to be a few minutes before I get it on the air.
Okay.
Which is kind of sucks. I wish I was, still just playing regular songs. I could just jump in anytime.
Okay. I'll do a quick rundown. We just did one, so
Okay.
There's some more up in Nebraska, so I'll add that in.
Okay. Well, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. This is 106.1 KYBC. Good evening. Severe weather coverage brought to you by Debs and Sons Ford, your Ford Lincoln dealer of Colby. Joe was right back on the phone with Chris Schrammich at Decision Weather Network, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel. Chris, things kind of starting to cloud up to the west, at least in the Atwood area.
Yeah, Joe, we got this thunderstorm activity that we got reported just a while back that's now kind of increased in coverage. We got storms now in southwestern Rollins County, out along that Thomas County line from actually the Sherman, Rollins, Thomas County line, all the way just to the west of Highway 25, and then back up to the McDonald area. That line of thunderstorms just had a special weather statement on it with the potential for nickel-sized hail and wind gusts of 50-55 miles per hour. That special weather statement has dropped, but these storms are about the same intensity, so I think we'll continue to see that 50-mile-an-hour wind type in there. It does have a slow movement of about 25 miles per hour, and so it could put down a good half inch plus of rain in those areas in southwestern Rollins County. We picked up anywhere from a half, a little bit to 65 hundredths in some of those areas out there to the south and west last night. So this additional rainfall will be beneficial. And then we got another area of thunderstorms that's to the west of Oakley. And in the Oakley area, this has a severe thunderstorm warning on it until 7:15 p.m. That does not include Oakley, but there is thunderstorm activity to the level that's in Rollins County, just to the north of Oakley. And then that cell that's back to the west. So that's moving east at 25 miles an hour as well in southern parts of Thomas County and along the northern Logan County border. So it does look like if you're between Oakley, Mingo, places to the Grinnell area, and to the west back towards Winona and Monument, it looks like we got severe weather. That has 60-mile-an-hour wind and 1-inch type hail with it. And then we're watching a cell back to the northwest of Benkelman in that park area. It does not have a warning on it now, but it may be the strongest cell of all this activity, and it's to the northwest of Benkelman, building south into Park. That'll be moving along Highway 34 and in that Enders Reservoir area here. I expect that one to possibly have some severe weather on it. That's kind of closer to that watch area that's been up there in Nebraska. So it does look like, at least for the Atwood area, south to Colby and Oakley, and then back to the north and west, which would be Benkelman, Stratton, maybe even Trenton here over the next. Yeah, and they just did a warning on that. So that cell just did pop up a warning up there in the Benkelman area. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings up in the Benkelman area, in Oakley, and then that activity in southern Rollins County. Those areas over the next hour, Atwood, Trenton, Benkelman, Colby, Oakley, could be picking up some rain, nickel to 1-inch size, nickel to quarter size hail, and wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour.
Once again, that's Site Meteorologist Chris Schrammich at Decision Weather in Atwood, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel. Chris, you are streaming online live tonight. How can folks watch it? They'd like to.
Yeah, we'll be online here streaming live until probably around 9 o'clock or until this activity dies down as the sun sets. They have issued watches that now go all the way to the Kansas City, eastern half of the state, and into Missouri. Right now, we're focusing mostly on the activity that's in the Keeneland area, moving into what parts of western Hutchinson. We'll be in Newton, Wichita, and areas up towards Junction City and heading towards Topeka. We've had flash flooding there, 3 to 5 inches of rainfall today, hail up to 3 inches in size, and some isolated tornadoes. But the wind gusts all the way from Keeneland up to Abilene in that Junction City area to the north are now 60 to 80 mile an hour all the way across Kansas. So that is, we're waiting for damage reports to come in there. We've got some spotters on that. There's some activity down in Oklahoma that's got a bunch of tornado warnings on that in the Clinton area. I'll be moving to the southwest of Oklahoma City and this stuff back here in our area. So if you want to take a peek at what we're doing live, go to myweathernow.com. That'll put you on our YouTube channel, or you can go to the Facebook pages and you'll see a link that says Live Now in Kansas. Click on there, and myself are doing the coverage, and meteorologist Timmy Albertson is helping me here tonight, and he is up there from Duluth, Minnesota, and he's our storm chasing guy. He'll be out on the ground in Indiana, in the Midwest, and Nebraska, Kansas. We'll be covering storms tomorrow and on Tuesday. So check it out. It's something we've been working on here. You're hearing about it probably around town and that. And then if you want to get the direct messaging, go to myweathervalet.com. Sign up. We'll give you our direct messaging app on your cell phone. You'll get the forecast, the updates, and know when we're doing this so we can communicate with you. And if you have a question, write back to us. If you're out there working cows or have an event, a track meet, whatever's going on, let us know on Monday, and we'll keep an eye on it for you for the entire week, Sunday, and you can communicate one-on-one with us, and that's how we're going to get the word out. Radio, live on YouTube, Facebook, Colby, Atwood Radio, and on our Weather Valet phone app. So that's what we got going.
Okay, again, that's meteorologist Chris Schromick at Decision Weather Now, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel for KYVZ Radio. I'm Joe Missouri. Okay, I'll let you go.
All right, bud. Good night.
Thanks, Chris.
That's the magic of radio, Chris.
Yeah, you can be everywhere at once. This is cool.
That's right. That's right.
Going down the
Hey,
road.
by the way, we've been we've been watching that storm pushing its way through Kingman. Still quite the downpour on that and some pretty gusty winds. They have also extended that tornado warning down in Oklahoma. So we've been watching this. There's a storm down here in Oklahoma that we have been talking about. It's just radar indicator rotation at this time. It's this guy right around Custer City, Oklahoma, kind of tracking a little bit to the east-southeast. Right now, still a pretty decent distance away from El Reno, Oklahoma, but the storm has been holding up for quite a while, so might bear some watching over the next 30, 45 minutes or so. We'll see, if this thing is able to hold up as it approaches the El Reno area. There's also, going back to our storms up north, we've been tracking this line here of storms. We got a few wind damage reports coming out of McPherson. There are some power lines down West Hays in McPherson County, as well as another wind report a little bit further up toward the north with some power lines down. Though so far, those are the only power line or wind damage reports we have got. Severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect, and it will include the city of Wichita as well as the Newton area. The other thing, too, that we're watching with the storm is this little notch right here around the Haven area. On the leading edge here of this line of storms. Kind of may be a little bit of faint rotation there, but at the moment does not appear there's actually anything on the ground, but might be something worth watching as this notch has been out for a little while. Now, as far as this storm is concerned, that's going to be coming right up on the Wichita area. Again, this is the one that we've been tracking. We had the Kingman camera up just a few moments ago. This is the same line that we're watching. Again, it is being warned right now for a tornado possible. There is the possibility for that little spin up there. And again, right now, kind of the main area is this little notch right here. In fact, if we were to pull up our velocity images here, you can see that there is a little bit here, very faint, but there was a little bit of a kind of a notch just a little bit ago, right here, kind of at the edge of the line there. So might be something, to kind of keep a little bit of an eye on. But I think the main thing is going to be straight line winds, especially north of Wichita heading into Park City and the Newton area. That seems to be kind of the where we've been seeing, some of the higher wind gusts. Again, here's some of that rotation that you can see coming right up on Patterson. Again, at this time, it doesn't appear that there is anything on the ground, but that could change. Again, these lines tend to, especially these stronger ones where there's a lot of wind shearing going on, we can get these little spin up tornadoes that do kind of pop up at times. So again, this will be the area, and if this rotation does hold up, it'll be kind of putting it, right at the county line here near the Sedgwick area. So again, tornado possible with this line, but again, the main thing is going to be that possibility for those 80-mile-an-hour winds with that storm. That being said, too, also keeping an eye on the activity that is pretty much running right along US. I believe that is 86 or is it, no, 56. Excuse me. Again, very heavy rain for this. There are some flash flood warnings that we had up just a little bit ago. Let me see here if I can't get that graphic back up here. Just want to double load it here. I'll throw it up here really quickly. There it is. So again, green counties are flash flood warnings. Again, that does include the city of Salina as well as the Russell area. Severe thunderstorm warnings, though, again, all these blue boxes that you see here. Again, don't ask me why. This is how the SPC does it. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings out past the Omaha area. I've been keeping a look at those storms there, mainly just some kind of marginal type of severe weather there. We'll kind of keep an eye on those storms as well. But overall, Chris, we're seeing that line now kind of extending all the way from Junction City, going back to Council Grove. It loops back to McPherson and then turns down yet again towards the Kingman area. This line probably going to hold its intensity for maybe another couple of hours, maybe another hour or so before it probably does start to undergo a little bit of a weakening trend as it eventually tries to reach the Kansas City area.
Yeah, Timmy, I think that's kind of what we're looking at here. Nelly just popped up a warning that does include Wichita now. So that Bow Echo line with the 80-mile-an-hour winds now does have Wichita in line to receive that. So Wichita, that's our biggest city other than the Topeka, Kansas City area, is in line to receive that potential 80-mile-an-hour wind, particularly the west side here. Shortly, that warning is in place. It does cover Park City, Newton for 50 minutes. So that would get you to the top of the hour. Or to 7:30. So we got that in place. 80-mile-an-hour winds, hail up to 1.25 inches, and tornado is possible. So that's damage threat is destructive. And again, 80-mile-an-hour winds heading towards Wichita here in the next 45 minutes or so.
We also have a tornado emergency that's going to be in effect. That's for that storm down in Oklahoma. I don't know if you still have the video from any of those spotters down there, but this is I don't know, in the few moments that we were talking about the other storms here, this does appear that it does have a tornado on the ground with this. The National Weather Service is calling it a large tornado for what that's worth, but again, that's kind of a standard text. But this is, like I said, a tornado emergency. It's a PDS. The confirmed tornado was located 5 miles west of Custer City, moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. So, again, this is it right there on the reflectivities. And it's moving kind of to the east-southeast here, so it could be grazing right up against the Custer City area. But this purple box here, that's that tornado emergency that is in effect. Chris, this is... How many of these have we seen now so far this season? Was this 4 or 5?
This would be, we had 3 the 1 week. This will be the 5th one, I believe.
Yeah. So certainly a very interesting situation there. Chris, are you able to see if you?
Yeah, I've got one up here.
I'll get your screen up.
This is Connor Croft. We were watching him
earlier.
earlier.
If you want to kind of avoid the traffic here.
Let's see if we
But
can.
you don't have to go north for far, okay?
Yeah.
You can just go north quick.
Any deviation on that couplet?
I don't even mute him.
I don't. Let me
Let's
look
see.
here. Oh,
This other, I can't get to the other guy.
I said we go.
What
keep
radar are you
going east
looking at
here.
to see that?
Central
Oklahoma? Okay,
Yeah, I said we keep going east here, and then we can go. Come on, man. What are you doing?
Dude, I think we go north, and then we go here.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm trying to mute them for a moment. I want to see where they are, though. Do you happen to, are they at Custer City or?
They're north of Clinton, north of Arapahoe. This other one here is closer to Custer City.
Yeah, that'll probably be a better. Of course, it's probably just off to their left. We can't see it. That looks like me when he's. It's kind of like how they are with me. The storm's always just off camera. Yeah, I was just looking at I was just double checking some stuff on the radar here again. It looks like I said, it's probably right over. Just waiting for some of the new scans to come through here. But yeah, very possibly a very decent sized tornado. But again, as mentioned at the moment here, give me a second here. They still have a little bit of daylight left with them. Let's see here. And Chris, like I said, that's interesting. That storm's been going for a while.
Yeah, it's been. I can't even try to think when we first started talking to it. I think it was before I went to the break at 6. So
Yeah.
it was a couple hours ago. Hour 45.
About right. And I'm trying to see here, if
He's getting close. Should be getting closer. These guys. They're.
problem is if it's rain wrapped. As a side note, we don't have to switch the radar, but they have issued that tornado warning on that notch in Kansas. It includes Halstead, and the warning also includes Newton. Again, this is just a radar indicated rotation, but it is that notch I was talking about just a little bit ago on that portion of the storm heading its way towards Wichita. There's that little notch up around Halstead, and it's been holding out for a little while. So, right now, Earth's radar indicated nothing on the ground at the moment, but that warning does include Newton as that rotation does begin to track its way towards Newton. And I'm wondering if he's if he's gonna be able to see it. Is he?
It's awfully rainy. He's behind it. Let's see what this guy.
Gonna be to his left.
There's some wind turbines. There we go.
Oh no! Yeah! Hey! Maybe what I said earlier might happen.
There we go.
I'll tell you what. On the oh, here we go. Come on. Oh man. Why is it gotta be rain wrapped, huh?
Yeah, so far we've been getting that. We haven't got any real good ones yet.
No.
I didn't want that was at night. The other, the big one in northeast of Tulsa.
We're starting to get a couple of wind damage reports. Roof's blown off of a house, and this is going to be back in Kansas, in Reno County near in Haven. And we also got a wind damage reports from Hutchinson of roof blown off onto a building in Main Street. Now, that being said, that's probably going to be just straight line wind damage here. As I look at the radar loops, it doesn't appear that. Well, actually, the one in Haven could very well be tornado damage, because that's right where that hook was. But the Hutchinson one, there was a little bit of a couplet there, so that might have also been a little spin up tornado damage for those two ones. Regardless. Tornado warning remains in effect, and that's going to be in effect here still for another 40 minutes, and it includes. Let me go ahead and get the text of it up here. Get my county straight. Harvey County. This goes until 8:30 p.m. The storm is moving at 70 miles an hour, Chris. 70 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Radar indicated rotation. I'm going to steal your screen here really quickly. Oop, that's the wrong one. Let me get my. Hold on a second. That's the wrong screen.
What radar?
Hold on. I got my. There we go. So this is the notch that we're looking at right around Halstead area. Again, here's Haven. And again, you can see how that notch was right over Haven. So again, that's possible tornado damage. And this over Hutchinson may also be possible tornado damage, just based on the fact that it looked like there might have been a little couplet there at one point. But this stuff around Haven could very well be tornado damage from a little spin up there. Regardless, it's going to be coming right up on Newton here in a few moments. Signature is still somewhat there. But man, this thing is booking at 70 miles an hour, Chris. This thing is on cruise control.
Yeah, from Newton to Park City to Wichita, that is a major corridor there. That's the all developed to the north of Wichita there. So if that same type of damage is potential there along the highway, the interstate going into Wichita.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I-35 goes through there. That's where I was a couple weeks ago. And yes, I can attest, it is very built up down there.
Yeah, I got a brother and sister that live down there, and I know his son watches us on this, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's on here tonight watching. Maybe he'll. There's something up here in the chat. Better check. Andy Cowley.
Is that a note about how awesome I am? That meteorologist, Timmy Albertson, is so awesome.
That was a while ago.
What can I say?
Wichita, we got. I mean, that's heading right there. Park City, Wichita, Newton. Tornado warning, Newton.
Yeah.
Right in that notch. You're right. That's gonna.
We got another damage report coming out of Hutchinson. Multiple power lines down, as well as structural damage. So they might have had a little spin up there in Hutchinson, possibly. But I'm really thinking that damage in Haven is probably tornado damage. Just based on, But let's see, that's coming right up on Newton. So we'll see here. That notch is still there, though, Chris.
Yes, it is. It's very, very distinguishable.
So we should know here
Oh man,
pretty shortly, I would imagine. I'm trying to see if I can get a view of.
it's there right now.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I get a view on one of the cameras, but of course it's taking forever to load. But yeah, that's yeah, there it is, coming right up on Newton. Newton! Y'all gonna get some wind. Oh, the one time I needed these videos to work. Well, KDOT's been pretty good to us there today, though. As far as that storm down in Oklahoma, Chris, have you heard anything of, have any of those spotters or anything seen anything? Do you know? I mean, it's still looking pretty good on the radar.
They're still driving around. Looks like just looking at the radar. I'm trying to think. One's behind it. This guy might be closer. That's the one we were watching. So if we're going to see it, it'll be this one.
Is this still paved?
Yep.
We go straight?
Yep.
Everybody go straight.
That circulation is almost full.
Still on the ground back there, though.
Yeah.
And this one's getting stronger by the scan.
Like the windshield wipers full.
Yep.
Belief. Oh my gosh.
So, I'm guessing they haven't seen it yet.
That one says radar indicated.
Well, they drop it.
Observed.
Okay, so
No, it's that the secondary ones observed. Broadcast media confirmed. 5 miles west of Custer City, east at 30. Weatherford, Thomas, Hydro, Arapahoe. Highway Interstate 40, 73, and mile marker 100.
Chris, you could see that that one back in Kansas. You could kind of pick it up on the CC. So I definitely think there was probably flip up my screen here really quickly, and then I'll put it back to yours. Really hard to see here on the correlation with that little blue dot right there. See it comes out of Haven. I had a little. There it is again, Chris, just north of Newton. Look at that. That is a Trento.
Yep.
Look at that. And that's coming right up. I mean, that's already over. He's moving at 70 miles an hour. That just hit the north side of Newton.
Yeah, you're going to get damage out of there.
Yeah. And I think, we'll just put a quick track on it. But my guess is that this thing's going to be coming right up on Walton here. And about 5 minutes, the Walton area. I'm trying to see if I can't pull up a camera or something from. They have a couple down around Newton, but I am just unable to get them to load at the moment. I have to try something else here, but here's I'm gonna really quickly see if I can't flip on.
My internet. Let's see if I can get it.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely something on the ground there. $70-mile-an-hour moving Trento, Chris. You don't see that every day.
I don't. That is cruising here. Let me find
Yeah,
Arc
that's
City.
about the best way to. That thing is cruising. That is exactly what it's doing. Yeah, so in case you guys are wondering, like I said, what we're looking at here is this little blue notch right right here. That is, it looks to me like a debris signature. Now, again, this thing is moving at 70 miles an hour, so I'm betting by the next scan here, this thing could be right over Walton if it's held up.
It says no image.
Okay, so it's not just me then, huh?
Nah, there's some messages here. It says no image available. Kind of reading these. Temporary outage and image Kansas City area. There's one behind it. That one hasn't updated since yesterday. One of them.
Well, that doesn't do us any good.
Updated
So
at
it does-
7. This one
It
updated
does-
at 7:51. Let's see if it loads. Loading. Yeah, it's doing the same for me.
Well, regardless, I mean, it looks like there's probably something on the ground that might still be on the ground. I will say that on the CC, it's kind of gone down a little bit, but the velocity, we can still see this little bit of a notch, and that's right over the airport, as a matter of fact. Right near the airport. So it looks like we might have had a little spin-up tornado that went right over maybe the north side of Newton here. Whether that's the same one that might have hit down around Haven, a little uncertain. Again, we do have some damage reports from the Haven area. Possible tornado damage just based on what we've seen on the radar, at least the way things look. And then we had that, if we were to kind of loop it here, you could see that couplet right as it made its way through Newton. And it looked like we might have had a little debris signature for at least a scan as it made its way on the north side of Newton. Now, that being said, no confirmation of anything yet, but that could have very well been a little spin-up that made its way through North Newton. Maybe not the same as whatever happened down in Haven, but certainly from the same area of rotation. And again, we're taking a look at it here on the radar, and this thing is moving about 70 miles an hour. It's looking like it's going to stay south of Walton here, primarily kind of out, potentially in the rural areas. But we'll see here if it tries to turn a little bit towards Ebbing, or if it maybe tries to make a little bit of a turn up north towards Peabody. But again, we'd like to see if we get any reports here. It looks like there's a few spotters down around this area. So maybe we'll get an idea here pretty shortly. Again, this is the area that we're watching just south of Walton, just past its way through Newton. Might have had a little tornado there. Regardless, El Dorado is now under severe thunderstorm warning. 90-mile-an-hour winds, Chris, is what they are tagging it for.
El Dorado.
Yeah, and same thing for Wichita.
Yeah, I've been trying to. Wichita, I'm getting mostly rain on these cameras.
Yeah, it's probably going to be. I'm thinking it might be more the Park City area. where those really strong winds are. But I'll tell you, I mean, this storm up around the Newton area, it looks pretty impressive here on the radar.
Here's one. This is K254 west of Webb, so the northeast of Wichita. Let's see if I can share this.
Please do.
Now it's sticking. And over. You could really see the winds whipping when it was loaded. There you go.
Wow, that looks just like the camera shot from Kingsman. That's good. You notice that, Chris?
Oh yeah, it does. Same sign, same spot out.
Wow, well then, that's a new one. They have extended that severe thunderstorm watch, by the way, in parts of Oklahoma. It now includes Ponca City and areas northwest of Oklahoma City and including El Reno. So just wanted to throw that out there. That is a nice shot. And so this is where is this one again, Chris?
254 west of Webb. So this is, if you look at it here, it's to the east of Park City.
Oh, okay, that's up by. I think there's a. Oh no, never mind. I'm thinking of a different area. Okay. Oh, that's right on it. Yeah. Just imagine, just driving along and boom, 80-mile-an-hour winds. It does look like the rotation signature has gone down with that section coming out of Newton. But I wouldn't put it past it to maybe try something again here in a little bit, just based on what it has been doing. Also, 90-mile-an-hour for Bazar. Also is what they're thinking with that part of the warning. I'm curious, like I said, if we get any damage reports coming out of the Newton area here in just a little bit. I do think it is worth noting the severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled around Dodge City, but otherwise it is still in effect. I think hit refresh video down at the bottom left there, Chris. See, there's a refresh video right there. Yeah, that's the only downside is you got to keep hitting that. That's what I had to keep doing. Oh, hey, look at that. Hey. Wow. That storm is talking.
Watch those brake lights go on.
Wait till you start seeing the flashers.
There's one.
Yeah, this is a very impressive section here of the storm. Yeah, I'm just really curious. There looked like a debris signature there on the near Newton. We'll have to wait and see. We're getting a few scattered wind damage reports. A lot of power lines down. Of course, those winds come whipping off those fields where all those power lines are. But so far, those are the ones we've been limited to. Do think it is worth noting that the tornado is no longer observed down in Oklahoma. It's just back to radar indicated. But it will be interesting to see if that thing tries to hold out into the OKC Metro. There's the flashers.
If you pull that Oklahoma, I got an Oklahoma picture up.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the radar scan too. I mean, that storm is still looking pretty good.
It's big. It's a pretty good picture. You can a lot of rain, but you can see how massive that storm is.
Yeah, you got it up.
Yeah. You see it?
No. No, I do not.
Let me see where it's at. Nadia?
Oh god. Well, that's my radar. I don't. A second. Is it this? Is that it?
Mm, yep.
Is that the video you're trying to show me, Chris?
Yep.
Wow. I think it's certainly rotating. I mean, I'll tell you what. If you, so obviously it's rain wrapped. I mean, that whole thing is not true, but I mean, you can see us rotating pretty good. Let me show you it on radar. Take a look at this. That looks pretty cool on radar imagery.
Oh yeah. Yep,
There's your
yep.
defined hook right there. It's going to be right in this area north of Weatherford. Now, whether there's something on the ground at the moment,
Miss Cress.
Hey, Chris. You got time for another report real quick?
Yeah, just a second here.
Okay.
Hey, Timmy, can you give me a radar?
yep. You want Kansas?
Yep.
All right.
Hold on, I'm trying to untangle wires.
What area, Chris?
Northwest.
All yours.
No, they just popped another warning.
Timmy, can you give me those warnings?
Which one?
That one.
Eastern Cheyenne, Northwest Rollins.
Okay.
Until 9 o'clock. Southeast at 20. Not like everything else, 60 mile an hour, wind gusts and quarter size tail.
Okay.
You ready to go?
Yep.
This is 106.1 KYVZ. Good evening. Joe Missouri back on the phone with meteorologist Chris Schromick at Decision Weather App, as well as America's Weather Channel. Chris, this is shaping up to be quite the stormy evening across the high plains.
Yeah, Joe, we got to watch these thunderstorm warnings that's now included western or northwestern parts of Rollins County and eastern Cheyenne County. And this is that complex that was to the west of Binkelman. It's sinking now to the southeast at 20 miles per hour. And we got 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch size hail in that storm. And it's now moving towards areas to the north and west of McDonald. It will be moving through McDonald here probably in the next 15 to 30 minutes and eventually reaching into the Atwood area around that 9 o'clock. So this warning is in effect till 9 o'clock and it is moving at that southeast direction. So that will be coming across McDonald, areas to the west of Atwood through 9 o'clock. And then we'll see if it builds its way and moves a little bit further east to include Atwood and Ludell after 9 o'clock. But again, it's got the 60-mile-an-hour winds, wind gusts of 60 miles per hour, and potential for good rain since that's moving slow. We could see 1-inch plus rains coming from the north and west. We also got the activity that's in the southwestern parts of the county. It's now right along that Thomas County border, mostly on the south side, but still working its way to the north to just to the west of 25. So that storm also has a warning on it for northern Thomas County to the 25, northwestern Thomas County to Highway 25, and crossing it just to the north of Colby. Probably about, looks like that same time frame in about 15 minutes, 8:30 or so. So that one also has the 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and has been down there raining for quite some time. So again, we've got those two storms, one right on the Rollins-Thomas County line to the north of Colby for 15 more minutes, and then the one till 9 o'clock that's to the north of Bird City and McDonald, moving southeast towards McDonald and to the west of Atwood till 9 o'clock.
Hey, once again, that's meteorologist Chris Schromick at Decision Weather in Atwood, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel, which is live right now online. You can view that the coverage, Chris. If people would like to view the coverage online, how can they go? What website do they need to go to?
Okay, if you want to watch the YouTube channel, go to myweathernow.com, and that'll be on our live YouTube channel. If you hit subscribe and follow there, you'll always be in the feed and able to access when we're live. Also, you can go to my or to the Facebook pages, America Weather Streaming Channel Kansas, and you can see the links on there that we've been posting up there earlier today. You click on that live link, and you also can follow us there. And also, if you do the Weather Valet phone app, you'll get those direct messages knowing when we're on and when we're off and when the storms are coming. And then you can message us back if you got something going on and you want to know something more specific. You can go to My Weather Now or myweathervalet.com and register and subscribe there. So myweathernow.com is YouTube, Facebook. You'll see the Kansas page, and weathervalet.com is where you subscribe for the direct messaging and getting the weather forecasts and storm updates.
Once again, meteorologist Chris Schromick at Decision Weather in Atwood, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel, KYBC Radio. I'm Joe Missouri. Okay, I'll let you get back to her.
All right, talk to you later.
Thanks, Chris.
Well, Chris, as you were talking about that storm, I was pulling up the radar. Might be a little hard to see, but there was a little notch right there on that storm going towards McDonald. You could see it briefly on the reflectivities. See it?
Oh, yeah.
Little
Yeah.
notch right there. That's kind of cool.
Just popped up.
Yeah.
There, look at the north of Bird City.
Yeah. That's interesting. Boy, a lot. Look at a lot of outflows moving around. Look at that.
Yeah. Every
That's
direction.
pretty cool.
There's outflow everywhere.
Outflow, it's everywhere. And I'll tell you what, I've been keeping an eye on this too. This is observed again. This tornado down near Oklahoma City. Well, I guess actually more so towards the El Reno area. This thing has been going for quite a while, and earlier it had that tornado, and it looks like it does again. A little hard to see it on the CCs, but they're calling it observed at this moment on A large tornado was located 8 miles northwest of Hydro, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So not exactly the 70 miles an hour we saw up around the Wichita area, but this storm is still going, Chris. And I'll tell you what, El Reno is not that far away, and with the way this storm has been going, it's entirely possible it could try to hold up for another 35 miles or so. Obviously, that's pending nothing else with the storm changes. But this is an observed tornado. This is a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. We'll see here maybe if we get yet another tornado emergency, but it's kind of a rural area at the moment, so we might not see one. But with the way that this storm has been holding up, Chris, I wouldn't be surprised, if we start seeing this thing inching a bit closer to the OKC Metro here in about the next half hour.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that earlier, that, if it kept on that track, that it would be hitting those western parts of the Oklahoma City area, at this 9 o'clock hour, or close to 9 here. So that is definitely something to watch. I know up there, have you gotten any reports from that stuff we were watching in the Wichita Park City area, Newton?
Yes. Yeah, Newton reported extensive tree damage in and around Newton. Many roads are blocked. That's coming from Newton, extensive tree damage. There's also a report, power lines down in Sedgwick, but I'm thinking that might be just, straight line wind damage there. The stuff around Newton could very well be a possible tornado, though. It appears to be kind of right nearby the area that we were watching here. So that'll be interesting to kind of keep an eye on that, see if we get any more. But yeah, those are the latest wind damage reports we've gotten. Nothing out of Wichita yet, which I think is kind of interesting. But that storm is still chugging its way, and they're
Looks like El Dorado is getting pretty good.
Yeah, El Dorado, absolutely. In fact, this is being warned for a 90-mile-an-hour winds, with the possibility of a tornado, just given, we kind of tend to see that with these type of lines. But yeah, we haven't got any damage reports out of Wichita. We got one out of, now as soon as I say that, we're starting to get some report. Power lines down in Bentley. We already took a look at that one. There is a new one. Sedgwick County, several power lines down reported in northwest Wichita. So, again, straight line wind damage there. My guess is we're going to be seeing that exact same thing over El Dorado here in just probably a few moments. Obviously, the strongest storm in terms of traffic activity is this guy down here making its way through rural Oklahoma. We've been watching this storm for quite a while, actually. It's been holding up. We'll see if it continues to hold up, but still a little bit of a ways away from El Reno. Obviously, some showers and storms kind of out ahead of that main supercell there, but we'll have to kind of see here as the sun begins to set down around this area, what we get going forward with that, if these storms might try to hold up. I'm thinking, though, that these storms that we've been tracking up around Wichita probably at their peak right about now, maybe for like another hour or so, and then I think their intensity might start to go down a little bit, but still could be at severe criteria as it heads its way towards far eastern Kansas, including possibly the Kansas City Metro, but maybe not at 80 miles an hour. We'll have to kind of wait and see, though, exactly. But I am thinking that these guys will start to kind of weaken just a little bit here as the sun begins to set across much of the plains.
Yeah, that's a kind of a good summary. We've been on here since 3:30 today, and we watched this stuff develop out here in western Kansas, and it kind of just formed like we thought. That 6 o'clock, between 5 and 6 o'clock, it really intensified in that Garden City, Dodge City area, and since then it's just kind of marched its way across Kansas. I think at that point we had the I-70 activity was in that Russell area. We had it started off with a tornado there in that area, and then it became more of a Bo Echo, wind event as it moved across. We got flood warnings in all those places. They received 3 to 5 inches of rain, pretty much in that Russell area, south of I-70 through Ellsworth, south and west of Salina in Saline County, and the Lindsborg area. And then we've got some of that flooding that's up there in northeastern Dickinson County and southeast of Minneapolis, where our flooding is. And that's until 11:30 here tonight. And then, like we were just discussing, that front line has now moved through Wichita in the El Dorado area. We'll be moving in the Emporia area shortly. And those are where we're, that Emporia may not be more of a 60-mile-an-hour wind, maybe 70. But again, that line extends all the way through El Dorado and back to the eastern sides of Wichita or southeast sides. And then the activity down in Oklahoma, which we've been tracking that since, I believe, a little bit before 6 o'clock here before I went off. I think we did a quick rundown on that one. And so that one's been going almost an hour and a half or 2.5 hours down there in Oklahoma. So these storms are fueled, continue to have that, and we'll see what happens here as the sun's setting, if they will lose their intensity, which more than likely they will a little bit, and see where that goes. We do have the stuff back in northwest Kansas. Kind of keep an eye on that. That thing's gotten pretty good on radar. We're kind of watching a little notch to the north and north of east of Bird City, northwest of McDonald. There's 1 inch hail in that. Potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're watching maybe a little bit of rotation trying to develop. That would be heading towards like the Dairy between McDonald and Bird City there on 36. Here, around that 8:45 time frame. At 9 o'clock, it could be working its way to the west of Atwood in the Beardsley area. McDonald, Beardsley, McDonald, Dairy, that stretch is what we're looking for on that. So if you're in eastern Cheyenne, western Rawlins County, that's the area we're focusing on till 9 o'clock.
So in addition to that, too, you can kind of see the main storm that we've been tracking, aside from the one in Oklahoma, has been the one up around the Kingsman County area, going back into Sedgwick County. That's where we're seeing most of the power outages across the state of Kansas right now, is back out across Reno County as well as Harvey County. So again, Harvey County being where we might have had that possible trail that went through the Newton area. So I just wanted to kind of throw that one out there. But yeah, as Chris was saying, we're tracking quite a bit. Let me switch get the right radar up here. Yeah, we're tracking quite a bit in the way of active weather. Again, the straight line wind thing, mainly up across Kansas. So we got maybe another notch trying to pop back up here near Matfield Green, coming right up on I-35 there. El Dorado obviously getting hit right about now. Probably some good straight line winds with that. So it'll be interesting to see the power outages if those extend a bit further. Tornado warning remains in effect down in Oklahoma. It looks like it's no longer observed, but I'll tell you, Chris, I am getting, we are getting damage reports now coming out. Tree damage and power lines down. They're calling that a possible tornado. And, even through other feeds here, I'm getting quite a few reports of power lines down blocking the road. We also have another damage report of structural damage. There was a barn and a roof down. A barn and a roof removed off. Now, again, remind you, it doesn't take a strong tornado to knock over a barn. But that being said, though, it is still some damage nonetheless. And, again, possible tornado damage with that. I will say, though, Chris, that as we look at this thing on the radar, this may be one of those storms that it's going to be dropping a couple of tornadoes, here and there, and that's probably what we've been seeing. I don't think this was all one tornado, but I mean, if you look at it there on the radar returns, Chris, what do you think? This looks pretty impressive, and again, this is down in Oklahoma, coming up, getting close to the western OKC metro.
Yeah, this storm didn't have a tornado emergency on it there for a little bit.
Yeah, it did for a little bit, and then that was dropped, and then it was observed again just a little bit ago, but now it's dropped. But I'm wondering if it might go back. It's based on what we're seeing here. Obviously, it's starting to get dark, so it might be a little hard to see.
That's in the Greenfield area, north and west of Bridgeport, past Thomas and the Weatherford area. So it's kind of moving there towards, if it keeps that current track, it looks like it would be heading towards El Reno and north, maybe Piedmont, to the north and west of Oklahoma City. Here, if it could hold together. But right now, it's still a ways away. We're probably a good, with the current movement on that, we're probably an hour or so away from that El Reno. I think it's Okarche, Kingfisher area up on Highway 81. Once it starts reaching 81, then you're talking about parts of northwestern Oklahoma City.
Absolutely. And it may or may not hold out. It'd be interesting to see here how it's going to respond to the setting sun. But, I just will say that, very interesting that, this guy's held out for as long as it has. I mean, frankly, it's really pretty much been since the Texas border. This guy's been going quite a while. That said, though, it really is the only supercell thunderstorm really around that area, really that we got going on right now. Everything else is just kind of straight line winds. There is this guy up here around Weatherford, marginally severe, mainly just maybe a little bit of hail and some little gusty winds here and there. I don't know if that warning will carry over once it originally expires, but I think certainly kind of the two main areas tonight have been, Wichita, now going into El Dorado, and then also down, the storm coming up here in rural parts of Oklahoma, not too far from El Reno.
Yep. So
Probably, we'll see how the storm goes over the next few scans. Like I said, it is starting to get dark out there now, so we may see this guy start to weaken off just a little bit. But then again, sometimes we get some that, hold out. I'm just looking here for any new damage reports. It doesn't look like we have any quite yet coming through the official storm reports, but let me actually see here if I can't pull up. I'm going to pull up the storm report graphic here, Chris, and see maybe if we can't get that
I'm kind of looking at
up here so we can.
a bigger swath of the radar, and you see that stuff that's popped up around Woodward, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
There's a big outflow boundary that goes from El Dorado, Eureka area, in that gust front all the way back to that. So, that there's potential thunderstorm development along that line there, if you could, which would be Winfield, Ark City, northwest of Enid.
So you're talking about this section right here, and then the outflow boundary, which is. Let's see, you're talking about, Chris?
Let me see. I'm looking on my reader. Yeah, you can see that outflow to the north and west there. It goes all the way to that stuff that's in the El Dorado area. Heading towards Eureka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could try firing up. It's a good point. One other thing, while we're at it, I thought you might be interested in seeing. Here's all the give me a second here as I try to readjust. I was going to show you the storm reports that we got coming through. Give me a second here. These are so far all the storm reports that has come through the SPC. We kind of see where a lot of the excitement has been this evening.
Absolutely. It's been I-70 and south
Yeah.
out now in Wichita.
So we had most of this activity that we've been watching up here. So it started out with that one supercell. It dropped a couple of tornadoes, and then that turned into the northern part of the line that we've been watching. Then we had this part that formed up around Garden City. That's forming the part that's going through El Dorado right now. So you can see that's been primarily a wind thing, though may have had a little spin up tornado around the Newton area. And then we got this guy down here, which has been kind of by himself. Going pretty good. 75-mile-an-hour winds being reported. 80-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah. Coming out. Quite impressive, really. Another 80. There's an 86-mile-an-hour wind gust from the Hutchinson Airport, Chris. 86.
Yeah.
It's
a lot of damage. You had a roof off of downtown business, I think, there in Hutchinson, if I remember right.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So there you go. 80 mile will do it.
86. Don't want to
86.
short them.
90, around at the 90.
Almost, yeah, still Category 1 hurricane, but
Yep.
75-mile-an-hour near Wichita.
Got damage in Wichita. Power lines.
I'm curious as to what we're going to find, what we're going to get out of El Dorado.
That looked stronger.
As far as the hail is concerned, most of that's been concentrated up, with the original supercell that formed the northern part of that line.
Yep, there's 3-inch was the highest I saw. Several 2.5.
Here's a 90.
A 90 mile an hour. Yep.
That's back in Fuller in Clark County. There's another 75. 80 in Kingman. It's fun. Do you remember the Iowa derecho of, what was that, 4 years ago?
Yep.
Remember that thing had like 120-mile-an-hour winds?
Yeah, that was huge. That one covered so much ground area too. I mean, it was probably like the. I mean, it's more. I'm trying to think. All of Iowa. Yeah, we're talking about the same area, size, just stronger.
That was, and when I was working up in Fargo, we had a few weeks after I started, we had a pretty good line that pushed through in the South Dakota area. And I remember seeing 107-mile-an-hour wind gust reported out in, it would have been somewhere up around this area. But that was pretty impressive. A lot of high wind reports. Hey, is that Michael? I heard the thing say Michael joined. Did you hear that, or am I just going crazy? Oh, here we go. Chris.
What? Salina?
Salina Airport.
100. Triple digit.
You ready, Chris? Salina Airport, 100 mile an hour.
There you go.
Yep, there's 100.
Got 100.
Salina Airport. Wowzer.
Time was that?
40 winds.
Your internet's your internet's cutting.
Right.
65% of the customers are out of power in Harvey County. 60% Reno. So that's where we're talking about those 86 mile an hour winds and possible tornado. So the power lines are down. They're in Hutchinson and Newton. We lose Timmy. My radar start talking. So you heard Timmy just say a minute ago that we did get 100 mile an hour wind report in Salina. The Salina airport did report 100 mile an hour wind. We've mostly been tracking this stuff here the last hour or so that's down in the Wichita area. It's starting to now move into that Eureka area. It's gone through El Dorado, waiting to see what some of the reports are coming out of El Dorado, but it does appear that we could have some extensive damage in the El Dorado area. If you look at this, now it's heading towards Eureka. At one point here through El Dorado, there was a forecast of 90 mile an hour winds. We did see that. Trying to think the reports that Timmy just got, but we got 86 in Hutchinson, 70s in Newton, and then again that 100 up at the Salina airport. So power's out. 60% of Reno, Harvey counties. Got this line now extending from going through Douglas, Bloomington, Leon, heading towards Eureka. New warnings are out here that do include Eureka and Emporia. These are going to go for another hour. So we're looking at 9:30 or 9:45 on these. 70 mile an hour wind, 1 inch hail, potential for considerable damage. So it's as we get sun starting to set, this was 90 mile an hour when it went through the El Dorado area. With this warning here, it's down to 70 now as well. And now it's moving out, heading towards Eureka and Emporia over the next hour. So we'll keep watching that for a little bit here. I know we were planning on kind of wrapping this down around 9 o'clock with this stuff settling a bit. We got that, looks like that tornado that we've been tracking in that Oklahoma now has gone to a warning. So we were talking north of El Reno, Okarche, Kingfisher on Highway 81. That is now a thunderstorm warning for 48 minutes. So we're looking at that for till 9:30 time frame there. Got the potential for an inch and golf ball size hail and 70 mile an hour winds for that area. So that tornado warning that was for a long period of time, probably mostly from the Oklahoma-Texas border. We've been in and out of thunderstorm tornado warnings on that. Tornado emergency for a while is now, well, I just spoke too soon. We got now a tornado warning that does include El Reno. So here we go. Golf ball size hail, radar indicated. That too is for the next 47 minutes. So that would include El Reno, Union City, starting to get to those areas, to the western suburbs of Oklahoma City. Would be looking at Yukon, Piedmont, Bethany, these areas out on interstate loop out there. I think it's 366. But now we do have a tornado warning that does include El Reno. Inch 7.5 hail, radar indicated. We'll take a look at that. This will be north central Caddo County, Blaine County, Canadian County, and central Oklahoma until 9:30. 8:43, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Gary, moving east at 45. Tornado, golf ball size hail. So again, we were talking about this, how long it's been reported. It's still radar indicated. We'll take a look at it here. We'll put it into motion. We're looking at this area right here, kind of that notch. We're in there. Velocity scans will show the color changes here between Bridgeport out on Interstate 40. This does include these mile markers on 40. Heading into El Reno. In that Bridgeport area. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning or overlapping a tornado warning for Calumet. So Calumet and Okarche are on the north end and south end of that, north end of the tornado and south end of the severe thunderstorm warning. And then you got the cell that's in the Bridgeport area moving east or towards El Reno. So again, we'll keep an eye on that activity down here because that'll be in 40 minutes in those western parts of Oklahoma City. So let's zoom back. Talked about Wichita, 100-mile-an-hour winds, and reported at Salina Airport. We got these power outages, Harvey County, Hutchinson, Minor, some of these other counties. Flood warnings till 11:30. Ellsworth, north of McPherson, south of Salina. Got a thunderstorm back up here in northwest Kansas. Our neck of the woods now moving through McDonald, the Dairy area. Got the gust fronts. We're talking about all these outflow boundaries out here. We're seeing them extend down now into southwestern parts of the Cheyenne County line. Could see some more development, again, back towards northern Thomas County. We'll keep an eye on that. That goes till 9.
Returned.
Back to Wichita. So they did got a tornado warning back down there in Oklahoma. Does carry El Reno into the western parts of Oklahoma City. Radar indicated. So.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I guess that was all I had to add, Chris. How you doing?
Oh man, I'm getting hot and tired.
Well, I'm wondering if that storm down around, now that we're getting the sun to set, if that storm down around El Reno might start to try to weaken a little bit. That'll be interesting to see here.
These warnings, the warning that included Eureka and Emporia up in Kansas did drop to 70.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me much. I got a good feeling here that this activity will probably hold up through probably a good part of the overnight hours, but I think it will probably be in a weakening trend as it does so.
Yeah, and that's can be expected. A lot of power out in that Newton and Hutchinson area.
Yeah, let me see if I can get the. Let's see if I want to see if I can get the map up for you. The power outage map. It was kind of right around. Let's take a look at it here. Again, it's mainly Harvey County and Reno County for right now. But of course, mind you, this was about 15 minutes ago. My guess is we'll probably see Butler County is going up a little bit. Obviously, this is the hardest. I mean, this was the area where we saw probably some of the strongest winds, and that possible tornado too. Let me see here what the we can't get the latest warnings up. Share that with the good folks watching. Here's the latest warnings and watches again. It looks like they're starting to hatch away at that severe thunderstorm watch. As a matter of fact, they're dropping quite a few counties now behind this main line. So, yeah, it looks like probably be a little bit of a stormy evening across eastern Kansas tonight. But I think as far as the strongest of the storms, I think we pretty much probably have already seen the peak.
Yeah, the 100-mile-an-hour wind, that's something we'll remember on this one.
Yeah, that'll be worth going over the 5-minute observations later and take. I want to take a look at that. We might.
Yeah, you would think there'd be more damage there.
That's what I was thinking too. 100-mile-an-hour wind, straight line or tornado. I mean, that's going to cause some damage.
I'm trying to think. Airport.
You don't normally get that kind of. You don't normally kind of get that and not get damaged, but it could be one of those situations where, there might be damage, just hasn't come through the.
That tomorrow morning there'll probably be a lot more. You have all the news crews out there, and I'm sure there's stuff on the news. I haven't really scanned any of that yet.
I just want to see here. I want to see if I can pull up the 5-minute op. I want to see if it was exactly 100 or if they're around it. It's now 65 degrees there, by the way. So there's that. Let me pulling up the 5-minute ops here on my end. Just want to see what came through at the airport there. 60, 60, 60, 61. That's impressive. 100-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, you're right. And the fact that there's no... I mean, it could have just been like a localized microburst.
Yeah, that's possible.
Is the only thing I could think of. Because, I mean, we were watching that. I think you might have been... It was when you were on your break, but we were watching that on the camera. So and I didn't see any damage. I mean, we were pretty much watching that area. I mean, the camera that we were watching was pretty much right near the airport, right next to the airport. So yeah, that's. I don't know. That just seems. I mean, I'm not doubting it. It just seems a bit strange that it was just that was the highest wind report kind of outside of the year. Oh well. Well, we'll see. We'll know more about it in the morning.
Well, it's dark.
Hey, Chris.
Dark in Oklahoma.
Yeah. I think, Chris, we've been going for 5 hours. Huh.
Yep.
How about that, huh?
Yeah, I think we've done twice. You've done it twice now,
Yeah,
I think. Wasn't
reminds
that
me of my broadcast days.
Ohio and Tennessee?
Yeah. I'm just looking at this.
I think I'd be.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we're starting to see these storms taper down a little bit. I mean, maybe thing around El Reno might try to cycle a little bit, but my guess here is that it's probably on a weakening trend. So, what do you think, Chris? You want to keep going, or?
Well, I know I've got to go here at 9. I told that would be the end of
All
my
right, we'll
day.
go.
So
We'll go for a few more minutes.
Kind of like you. I think it's still pretty strong in that Eureka Emporia,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
and then Oklahoma, and
Quite the active day.
Kansas stuff. We're kind of yeah. We've got flooding and a little bit of everything. Hail, tornadoes. That was pretty cool when you run down the storm map from the beginning to the end there. Looks like the stuff back here in our county, northwest Kansas, has now moved south of 36 highway, into those rural parts of the county. Probably will miss Atwood with that cell, state of the West. So, see how far west of Atwood. Looks like we got a little bit of a gust front coming through Atwood, probably a shower, but it does look like it's all pretty much Road 10, Beardsley West, south, and west.
I'm just looking at. So I was just looking at a few things on
and
my
wind
end.
gusts. We thought it could have a little. So that would be winding down.
Yeah, that one near El Reno, the rotation has gone down quite a bit on some of the last scans. Okay. And looking for any. So we got some damage reports coming out of Butler County. Some sporadic tree limbs down across El Dorado, Towanda. Most of them, though, about 5 inches or less. We got a report coming out of Augusta, a 6-inch diameter tree down, and then we have 6 to 12 inch diameter tree limbs reported down across Potwin in Butler County. So again, just mainly some tree damage there. Yeah. Well, Chris, I think we had quite the evening, don't you think?
Yes. I think I got to wind it down and get some stuff done before I call it a day.
That's right. Well, we may or may not be back tomorrow, but we'll probably be back on Tuesday. So that could be an interesting event to keep an eye on, too. I might be tracking that one live. Doing the old drive.
Get on the app, weathervalet.com, so we can get this direct communication with you. When we're on, we keep building our audience. And again, it's $1 a day. You can, I talked to some folks here at the Rod Run. It'll allow you to get rid of all your apps. If you have one favorite radar, you want to keep that. And then we can do get you the daily forecast, the accuracy, for your personalized local forecast. It's for you, tailored for you. If you want wind, we'll get you the wind. However you want the forecast, we'll put it together for you for your local area. And then if you want to, watch the live and follow us and want to keep one of your apps, but just that saving there, it's worth it. We're really focusing on that personalization, direct communication, tailored for you and our listeners and our audience, and that's what we're all about. We're going to eventually develop a live streaming 24/7 channel and keep growing our audience. We got a great start in Kansas, good start in Indiana, the Midwest, and we just want to keep growing this thing across Nebraska and Kansas, Colorado, upper Midwest, and all the way to the Northeast. So Weather Valley, that's where it starts, and then we can discuss with you, how that works. Just register there, and we'll begin immediately communicating with you and getting that to your cell phones. So call me tonight.
Plus, it will make the boss happy if you say.
All right. See you, Timmy. Thank you.
See you, Chris. Y'all have a good one.
Bye-bye.